All right, good evening, everybody. From Country Lanes in Franklin, we are almost underway with Week 4 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. We're going to have Kevin Meier, our host proprietor, in the booth a little later this evening, talk to you about a new tournament that starts this Friday. Anybody can bowl it. You can get a team of 3 together, have some fun with a little different format. And the lane pattern these bowlers are bowling on this evening here at Country Lanes will be that same pattern that will be in play for that entire Baker's Dozen run through the beginning of September. So had a couple of stragglers coming in. We're getting some lane assignments straightened out. Once again, we're going to be well over 50 on the roster this evening. Once again, walking in the door paying $30, walking out of here with a $200 payout for first place, plus whatever bonus stuff Kevin throws in, plus the champions bucket from Holtz Motors. Thanks again to Holtz Motors. We'll let Kevin do these announcements, and we'll be on our practice momentarily.
Now that we're off to a roaring start, I want to just make a couple quick announcements here before we get going. I want to take a really quick moment and once again and say thank you to everybody who participated, donated, did anything in any way to help us support the DSOF fundraiser that we had this past weekend. We were able to once again raise a fantastic number. We got $12,481 for DSOF this past weekend. So thank you very, very much again, bowlers, for supporting our community. We appreciate that very, very much. We do have other opportunities that are coming up to support DSAW. We'll have a sweeper that has like mulligans you can purchase for DSAW. We've also got our Swing and Strike Challenge coming up on August 1st, which is a combined golf and bowling event for DSAW as well. See our Facebook page for all the details on that if you want to get signed up. And if you got any questions on that, as always, please let me know, send me a message, whatever you need to do. Also wanted to let everybody know, I've talked about it, it's coming up soon. The remodel that we're doing of the seating area, that is going to begin on the last week of June, the 29th. Normally for the Summer Sweeper Series, we take an entire week off in the middle of the summer, right around 4th of July, just because everybody needs a break. This year we are going to be taking 2 consecutive weeks off to allow that remodel to be as completed as possible before we get back. So mark your calendars, July 1st and July 8th this year, there will not be a sweeper on those Wednesdays. So just giving everyone a heads up on that. Don't forget, one of the rules of the Summer Sweeper Series is that you are allowed to choose to double your points in any given night. If you want to try to win double points in a night, you need to let us know up here at the bowling counter prior to your first scoring ball being thrown. Once you throw your first ball in the first frame, you are not allowed to choose if you want to double your points. So, again, please see us up here at the bowling counter if you want to do that. If you need to check the standings and see where you're at, all those sheets are printed out here up at the bowling counter. Speaking of sheets printed out at the bowling counter, tonight is the Baker's Dozen pattern that we put out today. So this is another Eric Pearson custom pattern that we're using for the Baker's Trios tournament here at Country Lanes. Squads for that tournament start this Friday. So if you're bowling on this pattern, feel like you can compete on it, you want to bowl in that tournament, get signed up on our website. We're taking lots of sign-ups already. It is a Baker Trios tournament, so it's a format that you just haven't seen yet. Tonight's event will be normal sweeper, just on that pattern. I realized that the description in the event this week was a little ambiguous and weird. That's my fault. I reread it and I was like, oh, that's why people have questions. So tonight is, again, just regular sweeper format that, like you're used to, just on that Baker's Dozen pattern. Tonight's guest in the booth, yours truly. So I can talk about the Baker's Dozen tournament. If you guys want to find out about that, if you have questions for us you want us to answer on air, if your friends are watching and they want to ask questions about the tournament, feel free to do so. We'll get those questions answered for you. Again, once we go live, if you want to share with your friends that you're bowling tonight and be on their screens, on their phones and everything, go ahead and share those feeds from either the $2 Phil page or the Country Lanes page once we get them going. Tonight you can also win discounted entries into that Baker's Dozen tournament. First place tonight, if you choose to bowl this Friday with a team, that entry will be completely paid for by us here at Country Lanes. Check the event description and it'll break down all of the discounts on entries that you can win this week if you place in the top 9. With all that being said, we'll get the lanes rolling here for your 10 minutes of practice. I need everybody to push the blue check marks on both the stanchions, and then next, and then play. And that's going to get the lanes going here for 10 minutes of practice. Good luck, everyone. Great bowling.
All right, Kevin, thanks a lot for getting us underway here from Country Lanes, week number 4 of the Summer Sweeper Series. Appreciate everybody tuning in early. And I know some of you end up having to leave the live streams before we're done with our top 4 finals every week, but we cut that out for you. And we put that on the 10 on the Deck Facebook page first thing tomorrow morning, so you can get to your desk at work and watch those finals, see who takes home the championship here in week number 4. We'll give you a little points rundown after we get started. We'll let you know all the players in the field once again, as it looks like we are at 53 players in the field again this evening. Another great turnout here at Country Lanes. And don't forget, you have 3 more weeks until we take our 4th of July break to come on down after this week and give your Summer Sweeper Series a shot. Open to anybody, even youth bowlers. Youth bowlers can get their money sent to their smart accounts. And once again, we'll talk a little bit with Kevin about the upcoming Baker Dozens tournament. We'll give you a little information. It's a special youth series that's coming up that 10 on the Deck Productions will be having on My 24 Milwaukee once again before the start of the Brew City Bowling Show regular season. We'll start the Brew City Bowling Show bright and early in October again. But we'll have a fun 6-week youth series going before that. We'll talk about that a little bit during Game 1 as well. right, about a minute and a half remaining in practice here at Country Lanes in Franklin, Week 4 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Hey, congratulations to our friends at American Place Casino as they had their groundbreaking for their permanent facility this morning. Wish I could have gotten down there to make it. Unfortunately, couldn't get down there to check out the festivities, but construction, they're going to start moving a lot more dirt next to what they call the temporary right now. And can't wait to see all the features of American Place Casino once they're in their newly constructed facility sometime late in 2027. One thing I can definitely tell you that will not change when they move to the new facility, and that is the way they treat you when you walk in the door. Smiles, friendly people, good paying machines. Saw the percentage payout for May was just about 93% across all the machines. And even though they call them all jackpots, millions of dollars in jackpots, it's the payouts through the machine. Get things going there. And talked to a couple more players that went down there last week. One guy said he played for a while, but walked out, went through his whole $500 on his first time there for the Play 500 on Us, so he can't wait to start getting his free play going to go back. Once again, if you've never been to American Place Casino before, first time you go down there, you can gamble up to $500 on the slots and video poker on them. And if you lose up to $500, you'll get that loss rebated in free play on 2 separate trips, half 2 weeks after your first appearance and the other half a month after your first appearance. So we are underway on the same lane pattern that we'll be using for the Baker's Doubles tournament every Friday night running through the beginning of September, minus, of course, the Fridays around the 4th of July, as they'll be doing some remodeling inside of Country Lanes. Going to make it a better experience in the settee area all the way through to the bar over a 2-week period. So Kevin and Leanne Meier giving back to the bowlers for their experience here. Lanes 1 and 2, no particular order. Lane 1 is going to be Mike Hungelman, rally champion Nick Wetzel, Sam Medina Conchi, and Aiden Feldy. Last week's champion Steve Bequest, Dan Starring, John Simonson, and Mark Rios, your bowlers on lane 2. Once again, you'll need to match your bowlers to their letters because they never end up in the same order I received them on the roster. Our champion from a couple of weeks ago, Todd Druliard, on lane 3 for your scoreboard with Gina Hurst, Dean Filtz, D'Artagnan Sellers, and Billy Feldy. Lane 4, your scoreboard is Scott Pergandy, Amber Gerke, Ben Medina, Mitch Zirer. We'll stick with these players for a frame or two before we work our way down and introduce you to a few more players. Unfortunately, I don't have a graphic of the lane pattern to throw on the computer for you tonight, but I'll give you some details. It's 42 feet in length. It has about 27 milliliters of oil in the pattern, and your ratio from the outside 4 boards of the pattern to the middle 4 boards of the lane is about 6.4 to 1 on the left side, a little higher for the righties to deal with the increased friction of just over 7 to 1. Middle track, a little more on the left side for the middle track for the lefties, 2 to 1. The righties from 8th board to 12th board to the middle, 1.57. So definitely something where trying to force the bowlers a little bit farther out of the track area and the only friction, or if you get in deep and pitch it out, you might have a little bonus hold depending on the equipment that you're using, your rev rate and such. Definitely a wide open pattern. And it wouldn't surprise me this evening if we had a leading qualifying score near 800. Somebody gets the right ball in their hand, makes the right moves as they work their way through crossing the house. Once again, all players skip a pair, land on the second after each game. So the bowlers you see on 1 and 2, they'll go to 5 and 6 next, and then they'll end up on 9 and 10. 3 and 4 will go to 7 and 8, and then they'll end up their final game on 11 and 12. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat on YouTube or drop them in the comments on Facebook. And once again, because Facebook, they only let us keep the live feeds for 30 days, and then we can put anything that's taped on there forever. So that's why when you go back the next morning on the 10 on the Deck Production Facebook page, you see that we get rid of the live stream right now. We'll just have the weekly top 4 finals added to that tomorrow morning. So if you do have to turn in a little early and can't catch it live, catch it tomorrow morning on the $2 film and 10 on the Deck Productions page. Apparently a lot of you are watching bowlers on 9 through 12. Holy cow. There's more people watching that than watching me. Of course, some of you are probably double tabbing as well. Great way to do it. Double tab. Once you have us opened up on your main feed on YouTube, you can go ahead and select one of the other pair feeds and then open it up in the second tab. I know a lot of people enjoy watching that way. Let's get you a little security cam look over the shoulder. Ben Medina as he makes his way down lane. Gets himself 10 back. right, let's get you over to lanes 5 through 8 for our players. If anybody has a check coming from the USBC Milwaukee Open Championships, Kathy Stevens is here with all the checks. No, not all of them. Kathy, you got all the checks here? People are asking. No. You got side off. Making sure that prize fund's distributed to everyone as they wrap up another season of Milwaukee USBC tournament events. So your bowlers in 5 and 6 in no particular order. Lane 5 is going to be Alejandro Gallegos, the stud, John Halaska, Dan Malicki, Pete Romagna, and Ian Kloss. Ian, tough break last week to lose in a roll-off. Steve Bequest, if you missed those finals, wow, you missed something exciting. Go back and watch them when you get a chance. Tim Lambert, Rob Kenny, Sue Dashner, Austin Equitz. Your bowlers on lane 6. Your F through I on your scoreboards on that pair. Lane 7, Gordon Croman, Ben Minnerly, Scott McDougall, Lori Exner, who made our finals last week, and Norman Harang. Your A through E, F through I on 8, Jason Walton, Braden Champion, Adam Tates, Jaden Kenny. Once again, the standard 3 qualifying games in effect with the player movement. Nice to see a couple new faces tonight, lots of familiars. But hey, for only $30 a week on a variety of patterns, you can really keep yourself sharp during the summer. And the best part is, every week, get cashed out. If you're in our top 9, you'll earn some money, at least double your entry fee. Talk to Kevin a little bit as well, too, once he gets in here about the great wrap-up on this weekend's Down Syndrome Awareness Tournament here and the final number on the amount raised for Down Syndrome Awareness of Wisconsin. Lots of great raffle items. Lots of people that came out and enjoyed their time on the lanes in a fun 9-pin tap tournament. Let's see what Sue Dashner can do here. Yeah, that's one of those ones where I think if Sue just either moves her feet left and kind of bellies it to that track area or gets right at the track, because it's a gradual build through the pattern for the first part from the outside. You got yourself a little miss room. It's 42 feet, so you use that usual rule of 31. I don't know how much that really applies to house patterns because as dry as the outside are. I would think it would be more of a rule of 34 on house patterns. As a 42-foot pattern, house pattern, subtract 34. Get your break point about 8 instead of 11. And I think that could be a little more helpful to some of these players. Let's get you your players introduced on lanes 9 through 12. On lane 9, in no particular order, A through E. Dick Wilms, Emma Johnson, Chris Hoffman, Mike Kingstead, Steve the Hammer, Belanda. The lefty, Rocky Harrison, making his first appearance of the season. Good to see Rocky out here. I'm sure we'll get to talk to him a little later in the season about our friends at Lane Talk, providing you the great scoring graphics you see on your screen. Rocky on lane 10, he's your F through I, with Leo Voss, Brian Bremer, Craig Coleman. On 11 and 12, first appearance of the season of Katie Thousand, along with Dennis Schoberg, Mike Donnelly, Peter Cortez, your 4 bowlers A through D. On 11, F through I. Kellen Baldowitz, John Zancanaro, Matt Zeyer, Sam Arizari round out our lineup for this evening. So 53 bowlers on the lanes tonight. And I'm sure that first prize again this week will be somewhere close to $200, if not exactly $200, with the number of players we have in the field. Along with that, they'll get a week's possession of the winner's belt, champion's belt that Kevin Meier has had made here. And they'll also receive that champion's bucket thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors. And they have about $200 worth of goodies in that champion's bucket for taking care of the interior and exterior of the winner's vehicle. Always good to have. And joining us in the booth right now, our host proprietor all summer long, Kevin Meier. And Kevin, how are you doing tonight? Recovered yet from the DSAW weekend here?
Yeah, recovered from the DSAW weekend. I can definitely say I woke up Sunday and I was sore. So that means I was running around raising a bunch of money for DSAW. So thank you, Phil, for your donation to the DSAW tournament.
Yeah,
that fundraiser,
absolutely.
we had ourselves quite the event once again.
Yeah, and that's not the only event you do for Down Syndrome Awareness of Wisconsin. You also have a great golf outing coming up early August, right?
Yes, so that's we call it the Swing and Strike Challenge. This is our 3rd year doing that. The idea was born from, hey, we want to raise more money for DSAW, and also, you golf scrambles and fundraisers and stuff in the summertime, and raise your hand if you've ever walked into the clubhouse at a golf event after a fundraiser and wanted to punch somebody who turned in a card at minus 17.
Oh, yeah.
On a scramble.
Yeah.
And you're like, no way.
Oh,
right?
I will. Yeah, I was at a scramble in Ohio this past year at a tournament, and the winning score was minus 21.
Good Lord.
But it was a legitimate minus 21 because these three of these guys were PBA bowlers, and they were also close to. It wasn't EJ Tackett, but you get a Ronnie Russell and a couple other guys. Alex Keplinger is a really good golfer too, and it was legitimate minus 21. But all they got were these little horse's ass trophies. Kind of did look like a horse's ass. It was quite amusing. But yeah, they only got the honors on that, pat in the back, and
right.
So
and not questioning those abilities people who turn in those cards, because people who turn in those cards are really good golfers
right.
too. But for those of us that are like, if we come in with a minus 3, we're pretty happy. Knowing that you have no shot to win those ever, we combined it with bowling, where we made an outdoor bowling lane, and it has a 21-pin deck to represent the triplicate copy of the 21st chromosome for Down syndrome. And what you do is you golf your score. It's a par 72. Say you're minus 8, so you're 64. Everybody gets 1 frame on your team on the outdoor lane. So you total up their total score. Golf score minus bowling score is your event score, which usually ends up being minus for everybody because it's a golf event. And then we determine our winner. And that we found that bowling really evens out the golf scores. You got to do well in both to win. So
I can imagine, because if you only get like 14 pins down and the next guy gets 11, that's 25 off the with the golf score. So yeah, that's that can be a little tough. Do spares count for the first ball of the next bowler?
No, it is
just a
single.
pinfall.
Yeah, it's
okay.
just a single frame total. So you get 2 shots to knock down 21 pins.
Gotcha.
A good score in that is like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
Last year in the event, we had a single person get a spare.
All right.
No strikes. So
way to fill that frame.
It is not easy, but yeah, you're gunning for like 17, 18, 19 pins doing that. So if you get 19 times 4 is 76, and if you came off the course with a 68 minus 76 or a minus 8 for the event.
Okay.
So that's the way that one works. And we always have day-long silent auctions, raffles going on here, 50-50, all those sorts of things that, help raise a bunch of money. And we tend to save some more of our golf-themed prizes for that one, since it is a golf event as well. So, so that's coming up.
Where and the exact date for the golf? Where's the golfing take place, and what day does it take place?
Date is this year. It's 1 week later than usual because feedback from people was, hey, if you put it a week later, I can make it. So we're trying it out. Saturday, August 1st.
Oh, there you go.
And that is right down the road from us. You start out at Whitnall Golf Course. Golf your 18 with your foursome. Mark your card. Bring it on back here. Do your bowling, and jump in the prizes and stuff. And don't put this in stone yet. It may happen. It may not. There may be a concert here that night as well.
Oh, okay.
With 4 cover bands. So if you like Offspring, Weezer, Rage Against the Machine, and Red Hot Chili Peppers.
There you go.
Those 4 bands may make an appearance that day and have a whole day of fundraising.
Is it just one group of guys changing costumes every 15 minutes, or?
There is one, or actually I should say 2 people that cross over into 2 of the bands, but. But no, it is not like constant costume changes. But the Weezer band does dress the part.
Nice. Rivers Cuomo. Can't wait to see what that looks.
Right.
What that looks like for everyone.
Yeah, and that all culminates in the walk at the zoo that DSAW puts on in the it's usually like the 3rd week of September, where all the fundraising teams gather to. Let them know who won the fundraising competitions, and they've got additional raffles and prizes and fun, which anybody can sign up to be a part of that walk at the zoo as well. So many fundraising opportunities for what is a fantastic organization here in southeastern Wisconsin, and we are always so proud to take part in raising funds and raising awareness for those not only with Down syndrome, but those who have other disabilities as well, that DSAW helps out. So it's very much a pride project every year, and I'm hoping to get some folks from DSAW to come down again this year, so we'll see how that goes, because I've got one of the events in mind is going to have mulligans again that you can buy for DSAW, and the money goes to DSAW. So
we're due for that. You going to hold on to that one till after the remodeling break here, or you going to do a night like that beforehand?
Not sure yet. I know for sure what I'm doing next week. And the week after that is up in the air yet, so just working on nailing down a few things. And, we'll see. See where it fits. I always try to vary the patterns, too. I try to have a softer pattern and then a harder pattern and a softer and harder. So, just see how that fits in that rotation.
So I talked a little bit about the lane pattern they're bowling on tonight. We'll get a little bit more in the second game about the actual Baker's Dozen tournament coming up. That starts this Friday.
This Friday, first squad.
How is that squad looking for availability for people?
We are currently about half full on that squad.
Okay.
Which, when Eric and I were talking about this, in a perfect world, you're going to get 10 to 12 teams every squad. With a new tournament, with people finding out about it, we were like, if I can get like 6 to 8 teams or so on each squad, that would be great to start it up. And we're looking for a couple more teams, hopefully, for this first squad. People are starting to sign up for the next couple. I got a few people that committed to taking shifts. So if you go to sign up and you don't see the date you want on the website, but it's on the flyer, that's because somebody's taking the whole shift for us. So if anybody's interested in grabbing a squad and wanting to put it together, we're all ears.
So a couple of bowlers that are in our top 5 currently on the overall main points list are on lanes 2 and 3 right now. There you see last week's champion Steve Bequest, who had 11 lives last week to get through and take down his first Summer Sweeper Series title in his career. He's leading in the overall points list at 10.
Steve's leading everything right now.
Yeah.
Steve's at the top of every division right now because he's top scratch qualifier, top senior, top of the main event. So he's in a good position.
Yes, indeed. And the big reason why we put the most about the main series points list is because the top 5 in that points list are going to come back late August, early September and tape a special edition of the Brew City Bowling Show, kick off our season with that special edition once again. And the winner on that 5-player stepladder will take down a $1,000 bonus prize. So you can Wow, that'll more than pay for your entire summer bowling, winning that prize. No doubt about it. Well, let's see. Even if you finish second place, the second's what, 500? Yeah, because last year was 1,500, 432.
Yep.
So there you go. So even if you finish in second place and you bowl every week, you're going to get 14 weeks and $30 a week. That's only $420. Think of all the money you won during the series, and then you're piling another 500 on top of that. Not too shabby of a summer for everybody. That's why. That's one of the reasons why we draw 50-plus players every week, week in and week out.
I got to say, your quick math made me smile, Phil.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love a good quick math calculation. No calculator either.
Yeah, I didn't have to use my toes. Well, there weren't that many numbers either. So, on your main points list, Jaden Kenny in second, Nate Vanderbeek, who won our opening week, in third, but we're not going to see much of Nate, so I'm kind of not going to count him after another week or two because the bowlers have to have at least half the weeks in order to qualify in the main points list. So this year it'll be 7 weeks. There'll be 14 total, so with the extended 4th of July break. So Vanderbeek we won't see. So let's move Drouillard into third, Ben Medina in the fourth, and Ian Kloss, who took a rough loss last week, is currently the bowler that's in fifth. But so many weeks to go yet. And if a bowler gets a double points week and they win, that's 10 points. That's what Steve Bequest has right now.
Minimum 10 points.
Yeah.
If you're the top scratch or handicap qualifier, those each get an additional point. So standard scoring, the most you can get in a week is 7. So you could double to 14, but that would be – that hasn't happened yet, but it is possible.
Well, we got a front half on 7 and 8. Bowler F on 8. I'm not sure. We'll have to see who it is when they're coming up shortly. Could be Walton, could be Champion, could be Tates, could be Kenny.
Could just be Fate. F on 8. See
Yeah.
what I did there?
F on 8.
I'm
Fate.
a math guy and a wordsmith. Watch out.
Watch out. That could be a license plate for somebody.
Hey, you know what I didn't do yet? I didn't share the feed.
Oh,
How do
hey.
people know we're on TV if you don't, or if we're rocking and rolling here unless
Right.
you share the feed? Justin Sabilla checking in already.
Asking where the feed is?
He's there. Justin, how you doing? He unfortunately a little bit of an injury.
Yeah, he's going to be
last
in.
week.
Hopefully, he's not in the IR for too long.
He is, from what I could tell, I'm hoping it's a 1 week thing, but we'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
All right, Jaden Kenny. We just mentioned he's in on the points list. And he takes a step off before he gets back on. He's at a 300 in this building. He did it during the Milwaukee Open back in the first day of February.
Yes, he did.
Did it during the match play rounds. And, of course,
You jinxed him.
stick it right to him.
I should go get that trombone already. One thing that Jaden did from the Milwaukee Open when it was here that I've seen other people pick up on now is they're taking the feed and they're clipping out of it and they're putting it together and sharing it on their
Yeah.
Facebook and promotion, being like, "Hey, look, I bowled this event and it was recorded." So for those of you that are interested in sharing not just the live feed so people can watch, but if you want to share how you did and have people see videos of you bowling, you can do it with this live feed. So
I appreciate the people that do give us a little accreditation when they put it out there, but I'm not that worried about it for this event. So some of the other things I've done, I get a little steamy about that on occasion if they don't give proper accreditation, but bowlers are really good about that here. So and I know I've seen Jaden Kenny, I've seen Ian Kloss, I've seen some of the other younger players. Jack Deisland has been doing it quite often.
Yep.
No wonder why that's why it's so quiet here tonight. Jack's not here.
Jack also on the shelf currently, back injury unfortunately. So
Ooh.
don't want to see anybody injured. Jack, get better, get
Right.
healthy, come back out.
I'm
And
sure
when
he's-
you are 100%.
He's probably got junior gold coming up in his last junior gold coming up in July.
I don't want to minimize my own event, but you don't want to miss junior gold. That is a incredible experience for youth
Right.
bowlers. And if you're a sanctioned youth bowler and you're not able to get to junior gold, figure out a way. Hopefully, talk
Yep.
to mom and dad.
Trying to figure out why there are 3 times as many people watching lanes 9 through 12 than watching us right now on the YouTube channel, Kevin.
9 through 12.
9 through 12. Who was so popular?
Steve
Up
the
here.
Hammer Belanda.
Could be Steve. Could be Chris. Could be Chris Hoffman.
My thought is that I would lean towards younger, just because,
Yeah.
technology.
Maybe Emma Johnson, UW Whitewater
maybe
player.
Rocky making his Summer Sweeper Series debut today.
Could be.
And you know what? Rocky did something beautiful today. He brought a friend.
Didn't know that.
That makes my proprietor heart happy. He brought a friend to come compete that's never, as far as I know, bowled here. Definitely hasn't bowled the Sweeper Series. Alejandro is his name.
Okay.
Forgot where he drew to on lanes, but if
Alejandro's done on 5 and 6.
If somebody's bowling in the series and they tell their friend, "This is fun, come do it with me," that tells me I'm hopefully in the right spot here.
Well, and hey, for $30, I mean, what can you can't even take 2 people to a movie nowadays and get in the door for $30, can you? It's pretty close.
Depends on when you go. I think Tuesdays at Marcus you could get good deals on Tuesdays or something, but
$5 or $6 or whatever.
They've got all those Dream Lounger seats too.
That's the new furniture that's coming in here, right? When you do the remodel, it's all Dream Loungers. It's going to be comfortable seating.
It better be for what it costs. Yeah. But no, it's order our furniture through Cubic AMF. The biggest thing with the remodel, I mean, it's kind of twofold, but not only is it we need to update here, we need to get a little bit more modern. Some of the furniture is starting to fall apart, needs to be replaced, all that sort of stuff. But also with an eye towards ADA compliance. We host 3 practices for Special Olympics here at Country Lanes during the bowling season.
Okay.
And, those folks who need assistance going up and down stairs, I mean, you have to have ramps and things like that in order to be ADA compliant. Our step down, step up is going away. We're leveling it off.
Okay.
And making sure there's correct distance between all of our tables, so that way anybody who is in need of that distance to be able to get down there to bowl, they can get down there and bowl. And then we got to get to where our restrooms are ADA compliant as well. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, we can work with the Special Olympics groups to get some more Special Olympics events here and be able to, fully provide a great experience for those folks.
Yeah, I know during the fall we've been here with some Brew City Bowling Show 7. We've been setting up while one of your Special Olympics groups from the area has been up on the high end. And they are always out here having a blast when they are here. And boy, I can't imagine the planning it's going to have to go into for ADA compliant restrooms. I mean, that's got to be.
Well, they need to be remodeled too.
Yeah.
And that's going to be one of those things where I am not the expert on that by any means, so it's going to be find the right contractors, find the right friends. Generally, I always try to find somebody who is in the bowling community that, hopefully supports us, maybe supports other places, and try and give back to those customers and support their businesses as well to, get that remodeling done. So
yeah. Well, if you ever need HVAC stuff, Chris Hoffman's your guy to talk to. So.
All right.
So if you ever need to redo all that.
Did Chris just hurt himself?
I don't. Chris always looks like he's hurt himself nowadays. Yeah, he's holding his hand a little bit on the way back. I mean, you walked out of your week 1 after almost making the finals, and he was just done for.
Yeah.
So and
more than just age and stamina too.
Yep. So it's just a matter of gutting through the pain. It depends on how bad it is, and if it actually physically affects how you're releasing the ball, then you could find yourself with a bunch of trouble.
I can totally attest that. I had a hip surgery in 2016, and my gosh, the pain of slide, and it was my left hip, my slide foot. When you get most of your body weight over one leg and it's in pain, it's really hard to keep mechanics appropriate. And then when I got it fixed, came back in 2017 and had what at the time was my highest average I'd ever had. So once you get rid of pain, it definitely helps the bowling ability, that's for sure.
Not sure who the handle belongs to here. It says SAW 111671. Looks a bit softer than the pattern here in Reno. Good luck to everyone. See you again next week. So if you want to identify yourself with another post, I'd love it. But hey, good luck at the National Bowling Stadium as you're out there for Nationals this week. How was your Nationals? Are we going to talk about it, or should we just glaze over it and move on?
I got a good story.
Okay.
Nationals this year might have been the most fun I've had at Nationals.
Good. I mean, it's a nice-looking group that you have in conjunction with River Center and Classical Creek, and there's looked like it had to be about a dozen teams.
Well, Eddie Veradian and myself and my wife the last couple of years have put together the squad for through Classical Creek, and it was 10. This year was 8 teams.
Okay.
Root River, yeah, they had more than probably around a dozen, 14 teams, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And they were bowling the same weekend, just opposite shifts as us, so we were all out there watching each other, having fun. But Leanne and I actually got time. We took an extra day on the trip to go out and go see Lake Tahoe.
Nice.
Go to Hell's Kitchen, do some fun stuff, and just go see the sights a little bit. It was like a day where we didn't have to do anything but that, and we got to take our time and went with a couple really good friends that Leanne bowls with, and
Cool.
just had a great time. So it was like the most fun that we had because we actually got a day to relax.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awesome. I had an opportunity. I think I told you this about my rare opportunity I had going into the singles event.
Oh, triplicate, wasn't it? Yeah.
Everybody knows a triplicate to be 3 games all the same. I almost shot 3 series all the same. I shot 598 in team, 598 in doubles, or was it 589? Whatever, sub 600. And I had a shot to get to it. I think it was 598. But I had a shot to get to it in singles. I needed like 220 the last game and just absolutely biffed the last game to miss it by a wide margin. But that would have been the coolest triplicate because it would be like a triplicate. I don't know how to think. A 9-licate? A series triplicate? I don't know what the heck you would have called it, but that was an interesting story. I didn't throw the ball very well when I was out there. Something I definitely got to work on. I don't bowl on sport too often enough that I should be able to adjust, but I know that I would have to catch absolute lightning in a bottle to contend for an eagle. So it's you go in there with low expectations, and if you don't meet the low expectations, then you just go hit the casino and have a good time.
Yeah, where'd you stay? Which of the hotels in Reno did you choose to?
We were El Dorado.
Okay. They still have that really good Asian restaurant by the by one of the entrances when you're heading out to the stadium.
Yeah, the steakhouse.
Oh no, it's an Asian. It's it's a pho restaurant. It's really good. I can't remember the damn name of it.
This was what do you call it, where they cook on the grill right in front of you?
Oh yeah, hibachi.
There you go, hibachi. I don't know why that word was slipping my mind, but yeah, that one's still there. Really good restaurant out there for anybody who hasn't gone yet. If you go into the casino, go up to that level that connects the casinos where you walk through the skywalks.
Yeah.
They now have Gordon Ramsay fish and chips.
Oh, there you go.
And if you check in with your Caesars Rewards card at the desk downstairs, they will put a sticker on your Caesar Rewards card that says bowler. Yeah. And you present that at the different locations and you get a discount.
Nice.
And the Gordon Ramsay fish and chips, they have a fish taco that's in a pita. Unreal delicious, and I think it was like $20.
Nice, that's pretty good.
And it's it's kind of like fast food fish and chips, but it's done with really good ingredients and put together really well. It was just unreal. Great food value. Reno really did a lot this year to bring more benefit to the bowlers and kind of clean up Reno a little bit. It shows they did a really good job. I was really impressed with Reno this year.
It should be interesting in future years because now Caesars is got an offer to be purchased by Tillman Fertitta, who owns the Golden Nugget brand and he, Houston Rockets, several other sports teams. And so his holding company looking to buy Caesars Entertainment now. And then the other one I saw was People Corporation that owns the magazine and several other things. They're looking to buy MGM casinos. So it's going to be interesting to see if that kind of turns things around because if you've been to Vegas since the pandemic, it's all been overpriced and underdelivered.
Rocky just absolutely pounded the pocket there. And by that I mean went through the face, left a 6'10", and it tripped and he got a strike. How he didn't come back with his right arm flexed, I don't know.
Because he has pride. That's why.
Well, that'd be interesting to see if those big corporations get bought up and change hands like that.
Right. So and the Fertittas, they've been in the casino business. He's been in the casino business for 20. He's owned Golden Nugget in Las Vegas and Atlantic City for 20 some years. And I was out there with my wife in Atlantic City in September, and they were doing a lot of remodeling at the Golden Nugget to get it back up to not look so worn out and everything. So that was good to see that they're putting a little money in out there.
I have never been to Atlantic City.
I would go again for a day, maybe 2. A couple of casinos that I really liked that were fairly new. My wife and I stayed at the Borgata after we got done with Parker Bone Scholarship Tournament last September. Took a couple extra days, and we went down to Atlantic City, and so we stayed at Borgata, which was beautiful. It'd be like staying at like the Wynn on this, one of the nicer casinos on the Strip. And then the Ocean, which is a casino that's changed hands a couple of times since they built it in 2014. It was actually closed for a year or two after the pandemic. That was a really nice new updated casino as well. So,
Okay.
But like the Hard Rock was kind of The Showboat we didn't even bother going in on. The Tropicana was kind of dated, but the people there were friendly and nice. It was a weekday, so it was kind of empty. But yeah, Atlantic City, I'd go for a day or two. You can tell that they really got hit with after. It's an hour drive to Philadelphia, and after they could open casinos in Pennsylvania, that took a lot of their business. And with casinos in New York now, 2.5 hour drive down from New York City, you can get down there on a bus or whatever. They used to have bus trips all the time. Those are done. Nobody does that anymore. So they're kind of, consolidating and holding on for dear life. But I'd go again. So just like Lake Tahoe is really nice too. I'd go for a day or two, but it's all. My wife and I went out there on our honeymoon. We did Tahoe, Vegas, Reno on our honeymoon decades ago.
Consolidating and holding on for dear life. Sounds like the Bolero model.
Yeah. Well, hey. Yeah. There's a. Yeah. I got to leave that alone. I got
Put you in an awkward spot.
Yeah. I do work with the PBA, which is under the Lucky Strike umbrella, but it's a different part of the business model. So.
Yeah. Now they had. Is it Sabre that just closed?
Sabre just closed.
Yeah.
The previous owners with Dan Patterson and Marcus Wise immediately turned around and bought the old Pro Bowl up in Green Bay, which opened 20. It's probably a 15-year-old center.
Yeah, I was gonna say
It used to be one of Carter Smith's centers, and then that went under, and then somebody else bought it for a while, and it went under again. And so they bought it, and they named it Buzz Social. They brought in Jay Nephew from Texas to be a managing partner, and
I love that center.
They've done a great job. Yeah, Dan and Marcus and Jay, all phenomenal human beings. Had a chance to see Dan and Jay when they were bowling the PBA 50 World Series of Bowling. I'm like, geez, you guys. I knew Jay was that old. I didn't think Dan was that old yet.
I was up there not this past season. I think it was the season prior. Was when Women's State was there.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed with that center. The layout of it now. The square footage is, something I have nowhere near enough, to do. But you need the square footage. But the way it's laid out was super efficient.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
Yeah, the 24 lanes, a little bay in the middle, 24 more lanes, and then the huge bar and area and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it was built like a supermarket.
Yeah.
Where what you want is all the way in the back, and you got to walk past everything else to get to what you want. And
right.
I was like, there was some thought that went into this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like when you're going in the checking at the casino, you can check in most casinos. You can check in for the hotel right at the front door, but then you have to walk all the way through to your room. So yeah,
weird how that happens.
So we've got a player movement. Once again, the players of 9 and 10 move down. They catch their end pair at 1 and 2, 11 and 12. They're done with their end pairs tonight. They're going to move down to 3 and 4. He's Kevin Meier. I'm $2 Phil. We'll get player movement going, and then once everybody's settled on their next pairs, hey, we'll talk a little bit about the Baker Just Dozen tournament coming up here at Country Lanes.
Tonight's reading is Plato's Allegory of the Cave. In case anybody's wondering. wondering, Plato's Allegory of the Cave is ninth reading. I don't. I go like that. I like this pattern. Yeah. I can look at this. What's your show?
For every Friday, it was built with
240?
scoreability. We'll talk about it. It was built with the idea of scoreability, but not so soft that because the tournament's handicap is not so soft that the handicap is just going to absolutely take it over. Like, you still have to make good shots, but it's not by any means like it's not as it's on the soft side of championship. So that's because Eric and I were just like, well, the last thing I want to do is create a tournament, handicap runs it over, and then the next year we do it.
Or vice versa.
Or it's so impossible. Yeah.
No, it's a good mix. I'm interested to see how the transition goes. A year of that.
Now the first 5 frames will tell you how the pattern's designed. Everything after that is right.
I've been pulling 60 years now. And I can still be. Wait till you're 74.
You got pocket 710, then I'll correct. Oh, yeah. Excellent comeback.
All right, here's your bowlers that start on lanes 5 through 8. So your A through E. On lane 9, going to be Alejandro Gallegos, John Alaska, Dan Malicki, Pete Romagna, Ian Kloss. F through I, Lambert, Kenny, Dasher, Equitz. Once again, no particular order. You got to match up your bowler with their letter. 11 and 12, Croman, Minnerly, McDougall, Exner, Harang. Your A through E, F through I, Walton, Champion, Tates, Kenny. Once again, no particular order. Bowlers tend to migrate wherever they want when they start. So we'll have Kevin Meier back in the booth shortly. We'll get a scoring update for you shortly. Once again, thanks to everybody that's joined us this evening. Any questions, drop them in the chat. And we'll talk a little bit more about the upcoming Baker's Dozen tournament. Matt Duty, Justin, thanks for watching tonight, guys. Rocky's not tied into a brand. No, he's tied into several brands, including our friends at Lane Talk. He's one of their spokesmodels, I guess you could say. And once again, thanks to our friends at Lane Talk. You can see the great scoring graphics on here. If you're not already using the Lane Talk Pro app, you can try it for 30 days for free. Go to lanetalk.com, check it out. And they can provide you with everything you need to know to download that app and get yourself underway. You can track how you're scoring at a particular center, what bowling balls you're using on what type of patterns, how it plays. Lots of data you can have thanks to Lane Talk, not just about how many strikes and spares you might be making. So 3 more weeks remaining before we get to our 4th of July break this year for the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. And it's a little early for the July promotions down at American Place, but the promotions they're running currently, somebody walked away Memorial Day weekend with a new Dodge Charger. And they got a fun little thing right now. It's Sunny Money, Mondays through Thursdays, running through July 2nd at American Place. Great for you table games players if you like playing blackjack, Mississippi stud, 3-card poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, Baccarat, craps. First of all, $5 minimums, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Can't go wrong with that. Second thing you get there is from 8 a.m. to 4 o'clock, you can earn an entry ticket by getting certain hands. Blackjack, you get a suited blackjack. Craps, you get a winning all tall or all small bet. Any winning ultimate pairs bonus bet on Ultimate Texas Hold'em. And then they'll select 2 winners each day, Monday through Thursday, out of the tickets that are entered on that day. And you get to spin a promo wheel. You can win from $250 to $1,000 in free play chips. So not a bad way to go, and especially if you know, sure you got to hang around till 4 o'clock, wait for the drawing, but a great way to get yourself some extra free play. Thanks to our friends at American Place Casino. And Kevin, we're gonna have to right the ship on our free play we've awarded here. We've awarded just as many spares for dough in our first 3 weeks, 2 for 2 on those, and we're 2 for 7 on the jackpot shots for our players in the championship round over 3 weeks. So we need to get that back to at least bat 333 or something.
Yeah, and short of throwing the straight pin into the rack at the head pin spot, I'm not sure what else I can do.
There were a couple shots at it last week again. They just failed to get it. So yeah, Steve Bequest had a good week the week before. Lost Todd Juilliard, but he ended up taking more in prize value out of here almost because Steve finished second that week, but he took out $100 in free play for a spare for dough and a jackpot shot. So forgot to ask Steve if you went down there yet to use it. So yeah, and you were talking last week about maybe you were done with a cleanse and maybe sneaking down. Did that happen?
It did
in America?
not.
It did not yet. Okay.
Not yet, but
right.
that is definitely on the horizon. It was just ended up being a real busy time. Getting ready for DSAW.
Yeah.
Just very time occupying, and those things get pushed further up the totem pole than entertainment nights. So,
well, if you get your family to let you go on Father's Day, June 21st, they got a special comp point rate. So instead of being 1,000 points for comp points to get $1 in free play, it's only 200 points. So five times. 5 times, yeah, on Father's Day. So
I like 5x.
Yeah, if you got some comp points you haven't used yet, Father's Day would be a great day to go down there and give it a shot. And once again, they broke ground today for the permanent, as they're calling it. They've always called this one that they're in now the temporary. It was a temporary facility. If you drive by it, you look the first time and go, they're in a giant tent. You walk inside and you don't even think about the tent anymore because it's just it's well decorated and wide open and everything in there. Well conditioned, air conditioning's the air conditioning's phenomenal. Driving back, hit it up the day before Memorial Day. Stopped in on the way back from Illinois, and it was comfy.
Is the permanent adjacent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
if you face the main entrance, the permanent's going to be to the left
Okay.
across that little driveway that comes
Oh,
up
yeah.
from the back
Okay. Yep.
off of Fountain Square Drive.
You
Yeah.
got to go past all the Tesla chargers. And,
Yep.
Yep.
So exactly.
I mean, I don't go there ever. Like, hey, my teammate on the opening night of Baker Trios, Pete Romano, with a nice strike there on lane 9.
All right, so let's talk, and you can go right to the website for it. Let's talk 3-person Baker team tournament, the Baker's Dozen.
Baker's Dozen with a Z.
How'd you come up with the idea for it?
So many things that we do that are somewhat original are a result of a conversation with Eric Pearson. I can't say enough about Eric's experiences and things that he has ideas on, because I swear I need to put a USB drive into Eric's brain and download everything he's got, because like there's so many things. But I had the idea of doing a Baker tournament, a Baker team tournament of some sort, because I just in talking to bowlers, people have wanted to bowl the Baker format, and it's like, okay, well, we can try and come up with some kind of idea. And doing a summertime tournament, seeing some of the successes that people have had, and like at Blue Mountain Bowl, they have their 3-2-1, which
Right.
is just started up. I think it was last week they just started up doing squads of that.
I think so, yeah.
And that I don't know exactly why they went with trios per se, other than to do like that 3-2-1 format. But getting 5 people together in the summer is hard,
Right.
because everybody else is doing something or whatever. So the fewer people you have on the team, the easier it is to get teams together. So I was like, well, how in the heck can we do Baker with 3 people? Because you got 10 frames and 3 people, it doesn't divide evenly. If you do enough games, you can rotate through the positions of the team. So you start with A, B, C, and then you go to B, C, A, and then you go C, A, B. Like, you rotate through those positions throughout the tournament. So it kind of brought that idea to Eric, and Eric actually had already run something very similar years ago in the Waukesha USBC. And he had this idea for this build a game pot where you create a 13th game using all the 10th frames of the games that you bowl. And he, at the time when he ran that 13th game was included in your tournament score, which made it kind of difficult, because some people are like, oh, well, you only end up with like a 180 that game, and it really tanked our overall score and put me out of the cut, or something like that. Whereas not necessarily luck per se, but so we changed that a little bit to where we made that a side pot that you can get in if you want for the Baker's Dozen side pot. That 13th game, that's kind of where the name of the tournament came from. And looking to do something to get bowlers out, a different format of a tournament. Again, like I said, Baker is not something your average bowler gets a chance to do that often. The only time I've ever bowled anything Baker is the MAUSBC Fantasy Draft Tournament. If you make the top 8, the step ladder, or not step ladder, the
bracket.
The bracket is Baker format, and that is probably one of the most exciting, fun formats that I've bowled. And I'm like, okay, this could be really, really fun. So we came up with all that stuff, put it all together. Eric and I, heads back and forth, and thankfully my wife is a web ninja, as I like to refer to, and got everything together on flyers, website sign-up form, and all that sort of stuff. So as you can see right there, as Phil's scrolling through.
Yeah, they got the nice drop-down menu, so you sign up for the date that you want. June 5th. There's still openings for this Friday.
There is one rule on there that we didn't put that's just kind of an understood rule, and that is count fuller is not allowed.
Oh, well, he says he can't bowl anymore. So.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
it took care of itself.
Yeah, fill in all your bowler information, because that way all you got to do is come in, check in. Everybody will get their confirming emails, right?
Yes, everybody you put in there for emails will get a confirmation email that you're signed up for a squad.
Yep.
So that's all out there, and squads start this Friday. And again, we're using this pattern. The design intent of the pattern.
206.
Oh, Survivor's 206.
A little lower than I expected, actually. I expected around like 2 whatever.
We had 40 people in the Survivor out of 53 bowlers tonight, so
Okay.
we got to get.
There we go.
There you go.
They
You
got
turned it down. They got it. But yeah, the design intent of this pattern, as Eric and I talked about it, was such that we wanted to make it not a modified house per se, because you say modified house to people and they go, what does that mean? And it could mean one of 50 different things. What did you modify off the house pattern? So it was a pattern from scratch, but it's designed so that there are multiple areas to play, but there is definitely like an area to avoid. Like you don't want to get like outside of 6 down lane on this because you're probably not going to see a lot of motion off the back end on it.
Unless you're relatively straight through the front part of the lane, and you're trying to kind of avoid the track area.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned
Billy's,
right there.
Yeah, Billy's shot right there. So he got outside of like 6 down lane, and it just didn't come back for him.
So now watching Amber here, who's a little less on the rev rate, likes to play direct. Let's see if she's actually just over. Yeah, she's just outside the second arrow at the laydown, and she mixed them up nicely, and that ball got out to about 5 at the break point. So like I said, usually it's like rule of 34 or 35 when it comes to a house pattern as compared to sport shot. When everybody rule of 31, well, it's actually like rule of like 34 or 35. Like that break point around 7th, 8th board, right where she's looking for on that.
Yeah, and Eric's shared a story with me about that rule of 31. For those that don't know about that, where you're trying to figure out what your break point should be down lane. You take the length of the pattern minus 31, and that's about where your break point should be. So in this case, it's a 42-foot pattern. Minus 31 is 11. So you're looking to have your ball be at 11 board down lane for what your break point should be.
Right.
Eric shared that he was discussing that with, I believe he said it was, I don't remember if it was Chris Barnes or Ryan Barnes. I think it was Chris. And he said, it's more like rule of 12 and a half because, bowling balls are so strong.
Yeah.
So in that case, let's say it's 12, it's a 42-foot pattern. Well, okay, that puts you one more board outside because the ball is strong enough to come back from there. So that, it's just a guide anyway, but Eric and I have had a lot of discussions about also not looking at ratios. It's people get psyched out when they see 2.5 to 1 ratio. Like, oh man, that's so flat. That's gonna be so hard.
Yeah.
Well, just move your feet right, straighten up. It's it's easy to say, sometimes tough to execute because we're all so used to just banging it off the outside friction on a house shot. So, but the pattern is designed such that people can play still from multiple angles. There's plenty of shaping in it. It's 7 to 1 on the right, 6.5 to 1 on the left. So there's some asymmetry to account for fewer lefties. But it's built such that handicap isn't hopefully going to run the tournament over because the tournament is handicapped. So all skill levels, as long as you got a sanctioned verifiable average in the last 2 years, are welcome, and you can come out and have a good time. Maddie Wisniewski on the feed there says everyone loves Baker, and he's right. I mean, Baker's super fun.
Do the bowlers have to rotate through players? Can they make changes in the lineup, or are they forced to, like, if you're the 10th frame this game, you're the, because it's 1, 4, 7, 10, 2, 5, 8, and 3, 6, 9 for how the bowlers bowl Baker with three player teams.
Correct.
So do they have to rotate that 1, 4, 7, 10 player every game, or is it just they can keep their lineup the same all the way through?
So here was another thing that Eric and I talked through was on something where you are changing lanes, like where you're switching lanes.
Yeah.
The higher average bowlers, when you change lanes, are at a bit of a disadvantage because of taking a second to get lined up and things like that. So you bowl 2 games on a lane.
Yep.
And then switch. But as you change lanes, your lineup does change. So
Okay.
you go from like bowler A is 1, 4, 7, 10. Bowler B is 2, 5, 8. Bowler C is 3, 6, 9. And then when you rotate pairs, your lineup changes with it. And Eric created a scorecard, which I shared in the event, which is not the final version of this scorecard.
Yeah.
But it's going to show your games and everything through that, block totals, build a game jackpot. Plus, it's also going to have a section that says bowler A is this person, bowler B is this person, bowler C is this person.
Okay.
And as you rotate through. So the first couple squads, it's going to be, showing people how to rotate their lineups appropriately and make sure that things are set up the way they need to be for the tournament to run according to the rules. But Eric and I will be here to facilitate all that.
Okay. And for some of the higher average bowlers, there's a couple of optional side pots. One is a 300 game jackpot. If the team throws a Baker 300, they'll win their chunk of that money that's in that jackpot. And then the high series jackpot, which is drop the low game on each pair. So you get three game series, and then each part of that $60 per team entry will go towards paying first block, second block, third block. So,
Yep.
nice. So
Yeah, so some side action to get in there for those scratch bowlers that do want to get in, some of that side stuff. And the building game is going to be fun because, you get to the 10th frame, there's always a little bit more pressure on that person in a Baker format because you're like, generally speaking, you save your best bowler for the 10th frame.
right.
Or the bowler that can most consistently get to the pocket and give you marks. But that not only is there that, a little bit of pressure to get the good score in the 10th frame, but that's also going into your build-a-game jackpot every time. Should you choose to get into that build-a-game jackpot.
Right. And I mean, it's so affordable. So if you get in the regular event, it's only $30 a bowler. It's $90 for the team to bowl the 12 Baker games.
Right.
So, take a shot at, for another $40 a player, you get in on the 300, if you want to, for the scratch bowlers, the 300 game jackpot and the high series jackpot. Otherwise, hey, pay that $20 a bowler, and I'm sorry, the builder game is built into that. So
Lori Exner's bribing us with candy.
Oh no, thank you.
I'm in.
I'd enjoy it, but I had my little share of candy earlier today. Thank you, though.
I will take a fun-sized Sour Patch
Oh,
Kids.
there you go. I had a few Swedish fish earlier today. That's my that's my limit. So
it's not a lot to get in for a tournament entry, and 12 Baker games. If you've never bowled Baker,
yeah,
you go 12 games, but you're only bowling
it's
a third of it, so
yeah,
it's four
regular
games worth of bowling. So it's really not overly strenuous.
Right, and with it being the summer, you kicking off the tournament. I mean, $70 that $90 entry goes towards prize funds. So,
Right.
Kind enough again to kick back a little bit back in towards the bowlers as well. So check out all the information. It's on the CountryLanesBowlingWI.com
And tonight,
website.
additional prize here for the bowlers too. So the top 9 are going to receive discounted entries to the Baker's Dozen. Discounted to them, I'll pay the difference, so that way the prize fund is whole, obviously,
Right.
per entry. First place tonight will get a fully discounted team entry into the Baker's Dozen for this Friday's shift.
So $90 worth $90.
$90. Yep.
Nice.
If they do not choose this Friday, I will pay half of any other squad they want to get.
Oh, there you go.
Obviously, trying to
Not a bad way to go.
Get that first squad
Right.
going here.
Had a story back in the day of Count would have taken that and sold it in the parking lot to some kid.
Yeah, he would have, and then he would have bragged about it.
Right. Would have charged him 3 times what it's worth.
I can't hurt him though, because if he dies in my building, he's going to haunt it.
He's not haunting it already, being alive?
Well, you know what? You bring up a very good point, Phil. How much haunting am I willing to
Exactly.
to deal with in my life?
Gina Hurst can't get that 10-pin to go. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen a few strings tonight, but not big strings. Like we
Right.
saw the front 6 from Jaden. We saw, there was a front 5 from Amber Gerke before she left, went high, left the 3-pin. So, yeah, it's definitely a playable shot. It's just a matter of, can you kick the ball down the lane and score? No, and then you have to pay attention to the transition. That's ahead of you. And the format's really nice, too, because let's say if you have a full house, now people would think, okay, you're just playing one Baker game on each of the 12 lanes going across. That's not the way it's working. If you start on 1 and 2, you're going to bowl 2 games on 1, 2 games on 2, then you're going to move over to 5 and 6, 2 games on 1, or 2 games on 5, 2 games on 6, and then you move to 9 and 10, 2 games on 9, 2 games on 10. So you get to make a little bit of adjustments on what you've done in that lane the previous game, which is kind of a nice addition.
Yeah, and that you touched on a really good point. My initial thought on this, and this was something that Eric talked me out of, my initial thought was, I've got 12 lanes. We're bowling 12 Baker games,
Yeah.
1 game per lane. But in talking through it, it's like you get like no time to adjust to a new lane that you're going to.
Right.
And so then you're like, and then 1 Baker game is done in an instant. You're throwing 3 shots, maybe 4, and it's like, okay, now we're going to the next lane. And so that's tougher for the scratch bowlers or higher average bowlers to adjust to.
Yep.
So we were like, you know what, that doesn't really work unless you do it as like a scratch tournament.
Yeah.
And scratch tournaments don't get the butts in the seats like handicap tournaments do in the summertime. So it's like, okay, let's rethink that and go with something else. So that was one of the things, like going through this whole thing with coming up with it, because Eric and I have been talking about this for many months, actually. You know, it was an idea and then a discussion, and then finally one day we sat down and hammered it all out. And but yeah, that great point. Yeah, 12 lanes, 12 games. That's not how it works.
Well, and one thing I like about that too is that there's going to be smaller squads on some days. Let's be honest. You know, if you only have 6 or 8 teams in a squad, with doing the 2 games in each pair, you can make sure everybody's bowling on pairs that somebody's bowled previously on.
Right.
If you had a 6-team squad, and even if you start them off across the house, and then everybody's going to hit pairs that somebody hasn't bowled on yet, and how fair is that as those teams move across? So you can always make sure that way then that everybody's bowling on pairs that other teams have bowled on. Because all of a sudden, hey, I was on, you started on 1 through 6, and all of a sudden, hey, I'm the team on lane 6. Now I got to go to lane 7. I have 6 pairs where nobody's even thrown a shadow ball.
Right.
So yeah, that can make life very interesting for particular teams, particular squad.
And so, like, let's say we have 6 teams on a squad, which, to be perfectly honest, in starting a new tournament, if I have 6 teams per squad, that's not bad. People are getting out bowling then, so it's like, okay. But if I only have 6 teams, then we're going to bowl that day on 6 lanes.
Yeah.
Because that's how many lanes you need to bowl the 12 games, because you're doing 2 per lane, and that way nobody's hitting, fresh oil at different times where it may or may not be fair, where nobody's throwing any shadow balls or anything like that. So
Yeah.
So it'll be a fun tournament.
Have you thought about doing like a high roller squad, like some tournaments have done, where you just go, okay, here you go. If you're bowling on the squad, we'll have a special prize fund on the squad. It costs everybody an extra $40 a bowler or whatever, but we'll pay out the top 4 teams on the squad if we fill the house. Have you thought about having one of those on a Friday?
The thought crossed my mind after seeing Blue Mountain Bowl advertised at the beginning of their 3-2-1. I was like, oh, they do a high roller squad. So
Yeah.
I am not.
Might not happen year one.
The year one, I want to see how it goes. I want to see what, maybe adjustments need to be made to the format, or, just, those couple little things. I want to see how it goes. Get feedback from the bowlers. That's a big one. Like, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? And now, if it is getting really popular, and maybe I don't have a squad in August that's got anybody signed up yet, oh, sure, yeah, that's something we could do.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's enough people looking for things to bowl all year round. As prime example, by 53 players out on the lanes this evening here at Country Lanes for Week 4 of this American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Let's check in with the players that start at 9 through 12. Wilms, Johnson, Hoffman, Kingsted, Belanda, Harrison, Voss, Bremer, Coleman on 1 and 2. Thousand, Schoberg, Donnelly, Cortez, Baldowitz, Zancanaro, Zyrer, of the Matt variety, and Sam Marizari are your 3 and 4. And I don't see a front bunch anywhere anymore.
We got a front 4
with a front 5.
We got a front 4 on 1 and 2. Whoever just bowled.
Oh, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on this for a bit. Should take 1 shot with Kevin's jinx, and that'll be out of it.
Yeah,
I love how everybody tries to blame us for the commentator jinx.
It is.
We're not whispering in the guy's ear or anything.
Right.
Or lady's ear.
I saw my wife comment on the feed a bunch of laughing faces. I don't know what I said to make my wife laugh, but I hope that's a good laugh. If anybody listening has questions you want answered about the Baker's Dozen tournament, throw them in the comments of the live feed, and we'll do our best here to answer them for you.
My wife asking, where's Frank?
I was going to ask you about that. Who's Frank?
I'm trying to figure it out.
My mind goes to Frank Paremba, who you probably don't know. But Frank used to bowl up here. Oh, he's guaranteed he's not listening. He lives in Florida now, but he's Frank's one of those guys that maybe I haven't talked to him for 3 years, but when you see him, you pick right back up and just laugh like you just saw each other yesterday. That's where my mind goes on Frank. Or Frank the Tank from Old School.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to. All right, wife, if you're still watching. Where's trying to figure out which Frank she might be. I have no idea. What Frank she might be inquiring about.
Maybe she wants a hot dog.
Could be. Oh, look at that. Is that Irizarry with the 810?
Was that an 810?
Yeah. They may want to check Sam. They may want to check for burn spots on his fingers after that one. Yikes.
Sam was not last season's, but the season prior Super Series champion. Craig Coleman on lane 2 there. I had a good laugh with him at the bar between games there because Craig won a raffle we did during the bowling season last year where I was raffling off jerseys and hoodies for DSAW. And Craig is, bless his heart, he's a Bears fan. And I went back to my jersey guy and I was like, hey, can I get a Bears jersey? Yeah, he had one. Oh, okay. And got it to Craig, and Craig was just like, are you serious? I thought it was for Packers stuff. I'm like, you're a Bears fan. It's fine. Get this out of my possession. But one of those where, try to do fun stuff all year long. People try to win stuff and support DSAW as well. So thankful for those that do jump in those little side raffles and things we do to raise money for DSAW all year long.
Absolutely.
Dick Williams bowling on lane 2 tonight. Dick has bowled. Usually he'll bowl an event or two in the summer. Like he keeps eyes on it. Picks an event and comes on out and has a good time. So.
Yeah, he's a guy that's been around the bowling game for a few decades now.
That's putting it lightly.
Is it who's older, Dick Williams or
Steve Bequest?
John Alaska?
Oh, I got it. It's got to be John.
Is it?
John's what, 82 or 3?
Yeah, but Dick Williams he's got to be pushing 80.
Oh, we'll take
Maybe.
bets on it.
I don't know.
Maddie Wisniewski commenting, are the DSAW results in? They are, yes.
And Matt, you didn't win. No.
I have the pictures saved, and I just haven't typed up the post yet. We were able to raise $12,481 on Saturday. That was for a year when we were short on time to get a lot of things together. The folks that come out for that event supported us in full force once again. I'm always blown away by just what people are willing to do for a cause that, obviously Leanne and I are tied to because our daughter Leilani having Down syndrome, but the whole country lanes and bowling community together, getting together every year and really supporting that cause that we, started the push for is always very humbling. And
we have a 5-pin for Katie.
oh boy, I'll have one.
Nobody's watching, Katie. Don't worry. Nobody's watching. Just everyone on the live stream.
Having a couple of issues with lane 2 tonight. Pearson and I will get that worked out. We'll get old Whipster in here to get things fixed up.
Oh. It's a little slow to set a rack, or?
It is an issue with the 180 link.
Oh, okay.
There was.
There's Mr. Pearson right now.
I need to get in there and make another adjustment to the 180 link because it was, of all things, it was hitting me.
Oh!
Oh, Katie, bowling alleys need support in the summer. You could have missed that one.
Yeah.
Natty Wisniewski said, I think Dick is 79. So
Yeah.
that is younger than Mr. Halaska
By
himself.
a couple of years, but still, yeah, I knew Dick is up there because one of his kids, I can't remember which one of his kids
what did
used
you
to
just
bowl
say?
at. Dick is up there.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Good night, everybody.
You heard it here first. Or maybe second. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that seconds?
Could. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, well,
The delivery was clean.
delivery is good though. I had one years ago, and it was done on purpose because it was off an old Family Guy joke.
So did your wife. She told me.
And we were talking. It was the U.S. Senior Open, and Mika Koivuniemi had won the year before,
Okay.
and so Mika was near the top as we were getting through match play, and I made the comment of, as we were going between games, I said, well, we all know last year Mika Koivuniemi got the green jacket for winning the Senior U.S. Open. You know, it's all in the U.S. Open, whether it's Senior U.S. Open or regular U.S. Open or Women's U.S. Open, they all get the green jacket when they win. Mika with another chance to win this year. Will it be jacket off for Mika, and will it be going on somebody else's shoulders? And I just went to silent right after I said that. So I just left it hanging out there on extra frame for about 5 minutes before I came back on air. And it was a beautiful thing because it was an old Family Guy joke
Yeah.
where Lois is in a bar going, should I leave my jacket on or should I take it off? And everybody goes, jacket off, jacket off, jacket off, because she's wearing a little slinky top underneath. Yeah, so I'm like, okay, here we go. Boom.
Ooh, maybe that's the next noisemaker. I should get the.
Oh yeah,
The
little
Yeah.
drum set actually on the desk.
Yeah.
That could be pretty good.
See what Hammer can do here on lane 2. Coming up a little soft, doing a little bucket action. Who's the front 5 on lane 2 right now? That's
Let's see if I can go
It's-
back and
letter G.
scan it here on the.
Kellen Baldwin's good shot in the pocket, just did not get the 7 to slap over there for him. Kellen, one of our youth bowlers who's bowled every event so far this summer, which, you know, it's great to see. We've had a bit of an influx of some youth talent this year, which is nice to see. And I've been making frequent trips to the MAUSBC office to deposit into smart accounts for those folks. So
I think it's Leo Voss that
Is it?
has the front 5.
okay.
Yeah, just went back and looked, and I think that was Leo. If it's not Leo, then it's not Craig Coleman. So yeah, it's got to be Leo.
Was that a Bears fan comment or a?
No,
Okay. No,
just
we saw
the
Craig
style
shooting
for
at a
Craig,
spare
yeah.
earlier.
we know Craig's a lefty, so. Chris Hoffman trying to rob the quarter machine, tilting the quarter pusher.
He figured he can't win at bowling, so he's going to rob my quarter machine.
I'm like, where's?
Here, get a haircut with the change.
Wow.
Too. Yeah.
Damn kids. Playing their games while they're bowling. You always got to call them back to the lanes.
That's actually a good reminder because ahead of the remodel, I got to get a lot of the machines and stuff out of here so that way we can get things fixed and
Yeah,
repaired.
because you got a lot of stuff you got to tear out yourself.
Anybody who wants to turn a few wrenches and swing a few hammers, let me know.
I think it's more the swing and hammer thing you're looking for.
There's one big unknown with this remodel, and that is what is underneath those tables. Because the old school brick walls, because those were there, you know, the way it used to be, where you had like the sit-up bar, and you could sit behind the action and watch. Years and years ago, previous owner had those tables built custom to go there, which served their purpose for quite a long time. They're just falling apart.
So
They're
I'll
old.
give you an example of what Kevin's talking about. You can see the opening that
Yeah.
Mitch just walked through there. So those tables, brick fronts and brick side, yeah.
Yeah, and actually,
So-
and right where there's that opening that goes down to the seating
Yeah.
area, that currently is about 34 inches wide, which that don't fit two bowlers 9 times out of
No.
10, and it's also not ADA compliant. So, you know, we're looking to make some improvements on layout and modernization and lots of other things. One thing that will be going away that some people didn't know until I pointed out to them was that the tiles in the seating area currently actually are, they're all different colors and such, but nobody ever really noticed that they actually say
Country lanes.
all the
Right.
way across them, and which, for the time being, given the era and the decor of that era, cool touch, but
Well, let's
I'm gonna
see.
bury it.
when this was open, it was Tri-City lanes. And it was
yes.
opened back in the 60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1960 was the build date of the building. Yeah,
So-
because I double-checked that on the appraisal when we bought it.
Yeah, and it was the original 12 lanes were all built in 1960.
Yep.
Okay. Because there's some centers like Class Lanes Greenfield that were built with 8 and then they added 8 more on, kind of thing. But they built.
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah, Classic Greenfield originally, the original 8 lanes were 9 through 16, and then they added on 1 through 8.
Oh, okay. All right. Learn something every day.
After there's a couple other centers like that too. South Shore Bowl, the old Cuddy Bowling Center, that originally started with 8 before they added 8 on
Okay.
eons ago. I'm not sure Sophomore Arcade if that started with 6 and they added on 4, or if that was actually 10 the whole time.
Man, I don't.
I'll have to
Leo,
ask.
you jinxed Leo.
Yeah, well,
Interesting thing about South Milwaukee Arcade. Have you ever been there? Behind the lanes?
yeah. There's no room.
They're up against the wall.
Yeah.
And, DJ and, the folks, Eddie and stuff that work there and everything. I went back there once, and I was like, I don't ever want to work on these machines.
Yeah.
Like, getting at them is it's
Oh, yeah.
possible, but you have to rethink how you work on stuff.
Right.
Because there's no room back there.
I think it's the same up at Highland. I think it's tight on the back wall. I know at
No, Highland's not bad at all.
Highland's not bad at all. South Shore Bowl's a little tight with their AMFs
Okay.
on the back wall.
I haven't been in the back of South Shore.
You might not know this. Shorewood High School up on the east side, they have 4 lanes in the basement of the high school.
Oh.
We actually did a couple of our high school Top Gun shootouts there.
Sounds like
back
15
years ago.
Bruce City Bruce City Bowling Show finals.
Well-
if the Holler House ever doesn't work out.
Yeah, well, the problem was there is that they haven't been a certified bowling center in decades, because when they originally put the lanes in before the pin setters were done, the pin decks were against the pin decks where the pin boy sat. Behind them was a load-bearing wall.
Gotcha.
So obviously a lot less room needed for the pin boys with semi-automatics than you need with the pit and all the machinery and stuff. So in order to make the A2 pin setters fit, when they install them, instead of moving things, they just shorten the lane.
Oh.
So it's only 57.5 feet from the foul line to the head pin at Sherwood High School.
Oh, that don't work.
And they got these old school over the top. If you don't tell anybody, you don't know the difference. Like if you just walked in there, you wouldn't think it was 2.5 feet shorter. It doesn't look that different.
That'd be interesting. You'd be
And,
like, why is my ball not getting there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or why is it getting there too quick?
Yeah.
So
2.5 feet is
Yeah.
a world of difference
Yeah.
on the lane too, because when you're talking about leaving a 10 pin, you're only less than a foot of travel and angle to create the correct angle to carry that 10 pin. So
Right.
you take 2.5 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
That's something.
Yeah, but so the machines were right on that back wall for the Brunswick A2. So literally, if you had to get a ball that was stuck or whatever, you couldn't go through the back. You had to go
Through the front.
in through the front, shut the machine off, go through the front. And then one time we were there, we had a problem with something in the turret broke, and we couldn't fix it. We ended up shooting the whole show on one lane.
Gotcha.
So that was the last time we were there. I mean, they had just. I saw pictures from when they kind of fell into disrepair in the late 90s, early 2000s. And probably hadn't oiled the lanes in 7 or 8 years. Old wood, so they're just black. I mean, just all the wear and tear.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, just black with the finish peeled off and everything. And yeah, it was not pretty. They did a really nice job on the remodel, and I know they still use it. They use it for the Phi Ed classes there. You got to bowl 100 in order to pass that section of Phi Ed.
Really?
Yeah. So it's
right.
been that way forever. I know some friends of mine that attended back in the 80s that part of their gym class was the bowling was you did 2 or 3 weeks of bowling.
Can you imagine waving a 10 pin in the 10th frame for like 98? Or converting it and you're sitting at 99 and you put it in the drink. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, whoops.
Let's see what Donnelly can do here. Holds pocket, takes them all down.
You're talking about the previous iterations, I should say,
Yeah.
of this bowling center.
Yeah.
Tri-City when it opened.
Premier when Marty Sanfilippo bought it.
Right.
That racist piece of. I'm sorry. Was that out loud?
It might have been. It was also landmark lanes.
Really? They called it Landmark as well.
It was.
I guess on the east side it was Oriental Landmark
Yeah, and
back
then
in the day. Now they're just Landmark.
when Bob Surzan bought it, he changed it to Country Lanes,
Yep.
and then when Leanne and I bought it, probably the first question we got from so many people was, are you going to change the name? And it was like, no, I got way too much other crap to worry about. Eric Carlson commented, he said, Tri-City, Holiday, and Olympic Lanes are all owned by the same person and or group.
They were back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, because Holiday was what is now Lucky Lanes, and Olympic Lanes is now JV's on 41.
I can't remember the name of the gentleman that owned them all, or the family that owned them all.
Or I'm sorry, I said Landmark, Skylark.
Skylark Lanes, you're
Skylark
right.
Lane.
Oh yeah, that was the Robin. What's his face?
Robin Potter.
Robin Potter.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I don't know why I said Landmark and Skylark.
Those are some interesting times here.
Yeah.
in this building.
Interesting thing that happened maybe about a year ago. I went out and got the mail, and it was addressed to Skylark Lanes, and I was like, well, their database is a little bit out of
right.
a little bit out of whack because that hasn't been Skylark Lanes since. Let's see, Bob Surzan bought the business here in, I think it was 2008.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. So, yeah.
Was it from a collection agency, that particular piece of mail? Or?
No, it was actually a credit card application.
Oh, wow.
So,
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
I still remember somebody walking in here for the couples league when it was Skylark, and they said, yeah, we gave her 2 weeks notice because we walked in again and they didn't have beer.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So we said, okay, we're paying for this week. Here's for our 2 weeks. We're quitting the league.
Oops.
Yeah.
Adios. Maddie with an interesting comment too. Maddie used to bartend at Burnham Bowl. Was a longtime employee there as well too. He said Burnham Bowl lanes were originally facing the east side of the building, now facing the west. I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. They had to make the change. They must have made the change then with pin set, when they put in.
Because they got
pin setters or
yeah,
something.
They got AMFs there.
Yeah, they got 8270s. So I still there's none around here, but I still like watching the old 8230s where the pins dropping into the cups in the front.
Oh yeah.
Then they tilt down when they set them. So when I go out by Parker, Howell Lanes has 8230s. Those are so neat to watch in the main part of the building.
Yeah.
And then you got GSXs in the Rev Rates training center that the Bone family owns. So how about Parker taking on the Super Senior Championship, averaging 250 for a week?
One thing that I've talked to a lot of people that has been lost. I wouldn't say it's lost in bowling, but kind of a lost art of bowling is the repeatability of shots. Because so many people, self-included, finger pointed firmly in the mirror here,
right,
rely on the technology to cover up your mishaps. Your little bit, I didn't hit that at the bottom, or I missed a board right. It's okay. It's going to come back because that's a strong cover. A guy like Parker Bone can just drop it on a dime every single time.
I remember back in '99 in Albuquerque at Nationals.
This sounds like a Bugs Bunny story.
Yeah. The one good year I had in Albuquerque.
Okay.
We won't go with the years, especially 2017, but that's a whole other story. It wasn't Nationals. It was my truck getting ripped off when I was driving for the PBA.
Oh man.
In Albuquerque. And they had just started with the CATS system. So to measure things on the lane, it was a bunch of reflectors all the way up and down the lane. They had it when they had bowling headquarters in Milwaukee. They had it in the Research and Development Center because that's how they could check things, and they had just started developing Earl the Robot and everything too to go with it.
Was that the precursor to Specto?
Yeah, precursor to Specto.
Yeah, okay, yep.
So, but this literally had reflectors like every foot going all the way down the lane.
Yeah.
So it would measure, however it measured using these reflectors and everything. And they had 2 lanes at the convention center in Albuquerque that you could try Specto. They had certain categories that you could go for, and they give you a report when it's done. You paid like $20, and you got 5 minutes of warm up, and then you got to throw 10 shots on Specto.
Okay.
To see how your speed control was, your accuracy control was, average spin fall. And I was at 2.1 inches on my 10 shots, side to side.
I've heard that about
Not bad, yeah. Well, it's always about the width, it's not always about
okay.
the length. Sometimes it's about the width. And so it was 2.1 inches for my 10 shots that I had hit at the arrows. A little disparity, more disparity at the break point.
That's not bad at all.
Parker Bone was 0.2 of an inch.
Yeah. Yep.
Here's your record, 0.2 of an inch. And then some of these guys, they would measure like the entry angle and everything too, like the farthest part for your ball break point and stuff like that. So the average good one for carry is like 6. You want 6 degrees of entry angle. That's kind of like your best carry percentage. And one guy, you could enter different categories. The guy, he won the category. He had 18 degrees of entry angle at the pocket. Like the ball had to go like 57 feet and then just go
Absolute exit
kicked
stage
over.
left.
Right. Just absolutely kicked over. I thought that was incredible. 16 degrees or 18 degrees of entry angle. Just nuts. So
Yeah, that is a ball that is
Yeah.
trucking to the left side.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for a comment from Mrs. Carrie Brylow with regards to
I
2.1 inches. But
I bet you she's probably got her face in the book right now.
that's okay.
She
That's a
had
good
enough
place
of
to be.
me. I got to listen to this guy all the time when I get home, and so yeah. So fun times.
Robin said John Ballard was the owner. Which center would that have been, Robin? I know she's over there listening.
John Ballard. That doesn't ring a. I thought it was Jeff Vitale for some reason with the hot centers, Holiday Olympic Tri-City. They had the whole thing with you win jackets if you that had the hot logo on it.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, and speaking of Lucky Lanes, hey, good to hear that nobody got hurt, but Lucky's Ice House, 43rd and Greenfield, had a fire a couple of days. Maybe it was yesterday. No, it was Monday. They had a fire. They had a fire that started in the basement, went up the walls and everything. So hopefully, it's some good history in that place before it was Lucky's Ice House. It was the Schwabe family owned it for decades.
Yeah,
Bruce and Kevin Schwabe.
You never want to see anything like that happen to anyone, let alone people who are in the bowling community, because same family that owns Lucky Lanes owns Lucky Ice House. But yeah, very, very thankful to hear that nobody got hurt in that incident. And according to the reports, it started in the basement, so it might have been an electrical thing or something. No idea. But biggest thing is nobody's hurt, thankfully,
Exactly.
and hopefully that hopefully good can come of that.
So we're going to take a little audio intermission again. Get your questions in the comments on Facebook or in the chat on YouTube for those of you who are watching. We'll talk a little bit more about Country Lanes. We'll talk a little bit more about the goings-on. We'll give some opinions on what we're seeing with this pattern that will be used. For
Tune in to see if Carrie comments on
who the hell
Phil's
Frank
measurements.
is. Right. My measurements? Waist or otherwise. He's Kevin Meier. I'm $2 Phil. Game 3 coming up next.
I don't think 640 is going to do it. Yeah, no, I'm with That's not saying much, though.
right, let's get over to our players here that started 1 through 4. Right now on 9 and 10. Hungelman champion Wetzel, Medina Conchi, and Feldy of the Aiden variety. Your A through D in no particular order, or A through E on lane 9. Bequest starring Simonson and Rios. Your F through I on lane 10. On lane 11, Juilliard, Hurst, Filtz, Sellers, and Feldy of the Billy variety. Your A through E somewhere on lane 9, or pardon me, lane 11. Lane 12, Pergandy, Gerke, Medina, and Zaire of the Mitch variety. Taking care of business. On F through I on lane 12. We'll get Kevin back in the booth in a little bit. Talk a little bit more about the goings-on at this center. What league openings might be available for the fall? I know their Monday night 3-person scratch league's got a couple team waiting list. So that's one night that might be out, but plenty of other league availability here as well. I know Wednesday nights, 5. I think it's still a 5-lady scratch league. It might be down to 4 on a team now, but they fill up most, if not all, the house on Wednesdays. No, there's some other tournaments going on in the area. I know that the Highland tournament's wrapped up for the summer. They wrap up right before Memorial Day weekend. Kevin mentioned the 3-2-1. That's a tournament that uses handicap as well. I know there's a four-player team 9-pin tap tournament at Classic Lanes Greenfield that runs a bit longer. I know Dave Sherbarth from Highland Lanes has a squad down there tonight. So there might even be a bowler or two watching Classic Lanes Greenfield. If they are, thanks for tuning us in here at Country Lanes. And start thinking about getting your squad times together for the Baker's Dozen tournament here. Oh, looking Matt, the Lasniak family. Okay. For some reason, Jeff Vitale is a name that maybe he was just the manager, or maybe he bought it eventually. But Jeff Vitale, for some reason, that name sticks out from Olympic Lanes back in the day, when they used to have Tom Green every Friday and Saturday night in the lounge singing as Elvis, the late, great Tom Green. So once again, the usual format tonight. Top 18 will advance. Pinfall will drop after this 3 games of qualifying. They will bowl one game on the pair they draw, or decide to choose if they're high enough in the standings. They'll get to choose their pair. We'll be all the way across the house for that opening round of 18 game. And the top 9 scorers out of that round of 18 with their handicap, they'll advance to the aptly named round of 9. We'll use 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 9 and 10 for that round. And then our top 4 finals, the top 4 scorers from the round of 9, they'll make their way to lanes 3 and 4. Our championship pair, once again, waiting in the wings for our players. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe that might change a little bit. They might take 1 and 2 out of play for tonight for the rounds of 18 and rounds of 9. We'll have to figure it out as we advance our way through. So we'll make our way across, as there's still a couple of pairs that haven't fully gotten underway yet. A couple of pairs already in the 5th frame, so our pacing off a little bit this evening. Of course, we do have one pair that only has 8 on the pair. All the rest of our pairings tonight have 9. So let's actually get you over to lanes 7 and 8, because we already have a front 5. Bowler A on 7 and 8. We'll identify that bowler when they step up next. Matt, what's the original date on the building for Burnham Bowl? Do you know off the top of your head? I thought it was like 1931 or 32. It's another one of those centers that might almost be 100 years, getting close to the 100-year mark. I mean, obviously we have Howler House. We have Bobby Lanes, which is 106 years old. It was 1920 for the origination of that center. 6 lanes off of 13th, just north of Oklahoma. And then I know that they've started these celebrations for South Milwaukee Arcade being 100 years old here in 2026. Yeah, not sure of the age, and I've got a book at home. I mean, for as much as Doug Schmidt and I butted heads over the years on things, Doug did write a great book with They Came to Bowl, and it had a lot of history. It had all the open and closing dates, old bowling centers, that type of thing. So I'm sure it's still in print somewhere. If you want a history of Milwaukee bowling from basically the establishment of the ABC well before it moved to Milwaukee until I think that book came out in about 2010, maybe a couple years before that. Yeah, great history book. They Came to Bowl. Great piece of bowling history writing done by Doug Schmidt. So, and of course, for your current bowling news, get some great insights. A lot of it, obviously, with Jeff Rickles being in the Madison area. He does some updates on Madison bowling, but he'll check on important topics statewide. Jeff, friend at 11thframe.com. The $1.99 a month subscription to get some great information from Jeff, inside stories, great interviews with longtime people in the industry, other professionals. Yeah, Jeff is well worth the $1.99 a month for the 11thframe.com blog. I'm a subscriber. I've been a subscriber for a long, long time, and I suggest if you're into following any of the professional tours, a lot of the higher level amateur action, and especially, as we said, a lot of Wisconsin stories. He keeps tabs on the Wisconsin State men's and women's, or the open and women's tournaments. So, and unfortunately, a big name in Wisconsin bowling unfortunately passed away on Monday. Terry Coolibert managed several bowling centers in Northeast Wisconsin. Great bowler before he fell ill with Guillain-Barré syndrome decades ago, and unfortunately that's
He had Guillain-Barré syndrome?
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he passed away age 65 on Monday. So he's one of those guys that should be in the USBC Hall of Fame but isn't, and now will never be because they changed it where you need 4 USBC Open Championship titles. Cooley had 3 in the second place finish in doubles. Yeah, he's not in the USBC National Hall of Fame. So, yeah, Hall of Fames are not all Hall of Fames are Hall of Fames, and I'm going to bite my tongue on ones around here. So,
I saw that story. I think I had heard the name previously, just talking to people about bowling and bowling history or whatever.
yeah,
I obviously did not know Terry, but I saw so many people commenting, who he was and everything. The reason why I asked about the Guillain-Barré syndrome was just because when I was going through the process of being diagnosed with MS, they misdiagnosed it as Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Oh, okay.
And though I understood where they came from on that, so it's a autoimmune
Disorder yeah.
that affects your nervous system, very similar to MS. So one of the few other people that I've heard of that had Guillain-Barré.
Yeah, but even though age of 50 is required to be inducted in the Wisconsin State Hall of Fame. He was 55 before or 57 before he was inducted in 2018. He was one of those guys that should have been in there year one. But he's in. Yeah, he's one of those guys that also should be in the USBC National Hall of Fame. I mean, team all events Eagles in 82, 83, and 86. Finished second in doubles in 1982 with Gary Dereshevsky. Also had a perfect game in 1989. Yeah, I mean, he had a heck of a resume and never got in the USBC Hall of Fame, and I think that's kind of a bit of a shame there that didn't happen for Cooley. But, yeah, ran some great events with the Wisconsin Scratch Bowlers Tour. Had a great we'll see if it continues with the over 40, under 40 event here in Oshkosh every Thanksgiving weekend for the past few decades. So hopefully that continues. I'm sure somebody will pick that up. So, is there a sandbagger alert out here?
We're always watching, just like the old lady in Monsters Inc. says, "I'm always watching, Wazowski."
Yeah. There's a few names known to people.
That's one thing we've talked about before.
Right.
In these, where people, it's a handicap tournament. People question averages. I get it.
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, there's a lot of discussion on this, on that. You watch how somebody throws the ball. They have reputations. For example, and we've talked about him before, Jude Anderson. He came in last year just learning how to bowl. And he bowled on like a 100 average, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, he's getting so much handicap." Well, that's about what his average was, and we tracked it through the summer.
Right,
it was right. And
Yeah.
then came out the first week of the series here this year, bowling on his average from last year. And he shot his first ever 600 that he's ever had. And, of course, he qualified for the top 18. He missed the next cut. But it was like, holy cow. Okay, we gotta adjust this going forward. And you talk to Jude. Hey, you're a better bowler than you were last year. And he's like, you're right. Okay, so we're tracking a summer average and watching how he bowls and stuff like that. So that is always going on behind the scenes of this stuff. Because if we don't do that, then your credibility's gone.
Yeah. It's you hate to say you really got to keep an eye on it with the youth bowlers, but they're the ones that are working on getting better all the time. And then all of a sudden they get some lessons, they learn a few things, they get a new ball or two, and all of a sudden, wow, everything really starts falling faster. I didn't start bowling until I was 16. I mean, I went out with friends and here and there, but I didn't bowl my first league till I was 16 years old.
Yeah,
averaged 120 whatever, and a couple of friends of mine that I met in the league were pretty decent bowlers. And spent the summer, got better. We practiced at all kinds of places when they had quarter bowling during the summer or whatever.
Oh, yeah, Quarter Mania.
Yeah, at Bobby Lane's and Bayview Bowl. I grew up down in Bayview, so Bayview Bowl hung out there quite often as Dick Wilms doesn't carry the strike. Peter Cortez, though, front 7 for Cortez. We saw him make a run week 1.
Yeah.
He had the front 9 one game. So, and then I went from averaging 125 to 184 in the summer. And, of course, all my stuff got re-rated after that because, well, especially once I had 21 games in the league in the fall. Like, can't get around it.
Once you start to learn to not only create angle with your ball to the pocket, but be able to control that angle, your average goes through the roof.
Yeah.
And once you start making your spares more consistent.
Yeah.
But
that's
another good example of ascending bowler is Katie Thousand. She's bowling tonight. Katie has very steadily gone up, and I think she finished in the 180s last year with her average.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, it's like one of those ones you got to watch, and obviously she's not doing anything wrong. She's just an improving bowler.
Well, if Chris Hoffman was on episode of the Brew City Bowling, oh no, he did get the 8-pin out. I thought he was going to be eligible to win a Holtz bucket for converting the bucket on the Brew City Bowling Show. Scheduled start date will be sometime in early October. Just got done talking with the staff at My 24 Milwaukee today and penciling in some dates for the fall.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we'll be starting the Wisconsin Elite Bowling League, the next generation for our youth players.
Yeah.
That'll start August 15th. That runs 6 weeks. Then the finals for the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series will air towards the end of September, and then right into the Brew City Bowling Show season. So
That reminds me, I got to buy another big check.
Oh, I'm sure somebody around here can get that taken care of for you.
That's Amazon. That's a business expense.
Oh, okay.
Fun story about a bowler that just got finished up on lane 8 there, John Zancanero. Met Johnny Z through friends that river and so forth, and Johnny came in here to practice one day in the afternoon, and he's like, Kev, I'm having issues with this and this, and he, I think 2 seasons ago converted to two-handed, and it was one of those where I was just looking at his bowling balls, and I'm like, hold on a second, look at a few things, measure a few things out. I'm like, John, I'm going to check your PAP really quick. Positive access point. And just based on how he was throwing the ball was very different. And, he's getting really over-under on, like, everything he was throwing. And I'm like, I think you need to get this stuff re-drilled. He's like, well, it was re-drilled for me when I switched to two-handed. I'm like, I know, but you've changed how you throw it since then. And so bowlers need to make probably an annual pilgrimage to their pro shop just to get remeasured, just to get
absolutely.
checked. Because as we all either improve or age or change what we do, all that stuff changes. And the motion of the ball on the lanes makes a huge difference as to how that ball motions on the lane for you. So if you think something might be off, go to your local pro shop.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try bowling right now with the equipment. If I came back and started throwing the ball again, I mean, I stopped in January 2020, 6 plus years. Yeah, it's going to be walk into a pro shop, fit me like I've never bowled before. So pay me like one of your French girls.
I'll never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Can we both fit on the door?
Never understood that one.
I love that when Mythbusters did it, and they actually did it where they proved that they both could have fit on the door.
Oh, I didn't know Mythbusters is an episode.
Oh yeah, they did an episode on that. A couple of Titanic myths, yeah, but they did it.
Pardon me if I sound like a broken record, but Peter Cortez has front 8.
Yeah, we'll stay here
Yeah.
as we make our way through qualifying. Oh, there's a front 7 down on 3 and 4 as well. So we'll be bouncing back and forth. Not sure who has that front 7. We'll keep an eye on it. It's just tough to get around with the lane movement and such. Tough to get everybody's names in and everything and have them move.
Yeah, and this is
with the event.
Somebody had asked me before, actually several times, how come I don't use some of the tournament features of the software to do these sweeper tournaments? Mm-hmm. And my cynical answer is that bowlers are unreliable. But when we take sign-ups, I don't take money ahead of time because it's a weekly event. You don't have to bowl every event. You can bowl them all. You can bowl one. You can bowl whatever you want.
Right.
But I always ask people to, comment on the post, message me, message Country Lanes, anything like that to reserve a spot. And there, things happen. We had a bowler who signed up for this week who had something come up and had to message me, hey, I can't be there. And it's like, if if you set all that stuff in the tournament software ahead of
Right.
time, then you got to go back and change stuff, and it's like, you know what, I'll just do it this way, and we've got this system down and it works for us. So
Looks like the Brewers need to borrow some runs from last night. Is it a 1-0 loss tonight? That's what it looks like.
That's what it is. Yeah. The Cubs are winning right now, though, so that's okay. Yes, I'm a Cubs fan.
Oh, I know.
But my second favorite team's the Brewers, and everybody says that's sacrilegious, but, you know, it is what it is.
Well, back in the day, the Cubs were my favorite National League team when I was a kid.
That's fair.
Because back then, Brewers were in the AL, and I hated it. Well, I still hate the Yankees and the Red Sox, let's be honest.
I'm
when they're
not
in the AL
sure
East.
really how you can like the Yankees or Red Sox.
Right.
Except for, we got a little 5-pin action for a youngster there on 7, Kellen Baldwin. I was a fan of the Red Sox run when they hadn't won a series, you know, and what was that, 2004?
I think so.
Somewhere around that area
Yeah.
where Boston finally broke through with like David Ortiz and Johnny Damon and, you know, all those guys. So, I mean, that was a fun team to watch, especially Big Papi. He was something else as a
You know,
ball
Big
player.
Papi met his wife playing in Appleton for the Appleton Foxes back in the day before they were the Timber Rattlers.
Really?
They used to be an affiliate of, I think it was the Cleveland Indians at the time.
Okay.
And and Ortiz met his wife in Appleton and got married. All right, stepping up on lane 3 is the bowler with the front bunch.
Braden Champion.
Okay.
Another one of our youth bowlers.
So he's looking for the front 8. Oh, the 7-pin says not this time.
Do you watch WWE?
I used to watch it a lot more. I don't really.
Have you seen anything recently?
No, I haven't really
okay.
paid attention to it in the last
I bring that
15
up
years.
because there's a wrestler that recently came to WWE called Danhausen, and his thing.
I've
is,
seen
"You
things on social
are
media about him."
Cursed.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you just did right there.
I've seen things.
You just gave him
about
the old
that.
Danhausen.
Let's see if I can find this photo here. Why do I only have one of the photos from there? But my wife and I were in Las Vegas, and we didn't know at the same time. This is back in 2019. That we were at the same hotel that some of the WWE talent was staying at. So there's a picture surreptitiously taken of Roman Reigns.
Yeah, that's very
Because my wife saw him, and then there's I see if I can find the other pictures. The same night,
that's a
Rick,
guy.
he was talking with Ric Flair.
Woo!
So
That's Roman Reigns is a guy I can't help but cheer for because of his ability to bounce back from leukemia.
oh yeah, I mean that's just been.
And he's pretty darn good.
Yeah, there's Roman Reigns and Ric Flair sitting at the bar at the Renaissance Hotel in Las Vegas
That's pretty
on
cool.
Paradise Drive. They're not staying at some slouch hotel. I mean,
Right.
And they ain't staying on the Strip because the last thing they want is all the fans recognizing him. So, yeah, we just left him alone. Took a couple of pictures. I almost asked on the way out if I get a picture of him. I'm like, no, I'm not going to be a fanboy about it because I've known Ric Flair forever. Back when, I went to one of the first Survivor Series in Chicago at the Rosemont in '86. So, yeah, I went to WrestleFest at County Stadium even before that when they had a WrestleFest, when they had the Crusher beating on somebody with an artificial leg or something like that, or crutch or something, yeah.
Peter Cortez.
Front
Gonna take
nine.
this one to the 10. My favorite celebrity run-in for wrestling was Brock Lesnar, but it was before he was a WWE wrestler. He was a guest at a wrestling camp I went to at Wartburg College, which is where I ended up going to school.
Okay.
Met him there, got to know him just at the camp, whatever, and then I actually went to a SmackDown dark taping once and called his name out, and he recognized me and called me by first name, which I thought was pretty cool that he remembered who I was. Obviously, all these years down the road, that would never happen. But Brock was pretty cool. Other favorite celebrity run-in out of nowhere was Robin Yount. I used to work for Chase Bank. Oh, hold on just a second. I got a SWAT. Oh wait, I forgot. I can't cause any ghosts to fly around. I used to work for Chase Bank, and they have a center in Phoenix that we did a lot of work with different loan centers and stuff. And getting on the plane to go to Phoenix for a training event and sitting right in first class, Robin Yount.
Wow.
And it gives me a good opportunity to mention my dad, who passed recently, but my dad was a massive Robin Yount collector. And I said hi. I was like, "Oh, Mr. Yount, good to see you," whatever. And I went up later. I did the thing where you're not supposed to go up to a celebrity, or whatever. I said, "Mr. Yount." He was like, "Yeah." He's super nice. I said, "My dad is Jay Meier, the guy who collects all this stuff." He goes, "Oh, I know Jay. He brings me all these crazy things to get signed that I haven't seen in 30 years." Because like my dad had his like 1974 travel bag that he had. Like it was.
Oh wow.
My dad had so many cool things, and Robin Yount was a very, very classy in that moment kind of guy. So I always have
That's cool.
a liking for Robin Yount because of things like that.
All right, so Peter Cortez is going to be stepping up on lane 8.
Robin Yount used to sign his name
chance.
Rob Yount when he was younger.
Really?
Yeah. I think his rookie card says Rob Yount for the facsimile signature that's on it.
We've yet to have a 300 this year. I don't think we had a 300 last year either during our American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Let's see if we can get one here for Peter Cortez. Nope. And yeah,
Cursed.
the footwork was low quality on that one. You could just see the timing was not in sync with the swing.
I don't recall a 300, but Jeff Anderson had his first ever 800 last year in qualifying. I remember that.
That I remember, but it was a couple of 279s he had to go with the other score he shot. Still a good game for Cortez. One would think we'll see him in a round of 18 with a score like that.
I would think so, too. I don't know what his first two were, but if he's putting 265 up, it's probably not a far cry to say that he probably shot 700.
So six what tonight for our cut score? I'm guessing 644.
I was just gonna say 648. But
Okay.
I will differ a touch.
There's no need.
Yeah, 648. All right, we'll see what happens. I'll stick with the 648.
See who's closer.
We have $210 for winner tonight.
Nice.
And fifth place got all the way up to triple digits this time. We got $100 for fifth place. So,
I mean, you can't go. $30, man. Nobody can go wrong. Even if you're a young player, like you see some of the young players in here that we have that are coming up and trying their luck and seeing what they can get. And for the young players, they can put that money in their smart account. So, not a bad way to go either.
yeah, like I said, I've been making frequent trips to the USBC office to drop off those envelopes of cash. So,
Well, just make Kathy come here. She's here tonight. Kathy Stevens from the Milwaukee USBC, the manager of that, and the newest president of the Milwaukee USBC, Ann Mueller. Bowls are here on Tuesday nights during the summer, in that fun league that you're having.
yeah, that's an interesting league because that's it's not a league per se. It's a lot of people probably know a lot of the bowlers that are in it, but the group that call themselves the bad guys, like the Keno Pearsons, Eric Johnsons, a lot of those guys that are bowling with that group.
Yeah.
They wanted to do something where it was like a structured practice.
Right.
We rotate every week, where 1 week is 9-pin, 1 week is low ball scoring, 1 week is standard, 1 week. This past week was where they wanted to do. They said sport, and I talked to Keno, and I'm like, well, okay. So when you say sport, like, what do you guys want? Do you want something really tough? Do you want something kind of medium? I was like, because me being the proprietor that I am, I was like, can I put the bakers shot out for you? Because not only does that set the pattern in the brush, so that I didn't have to re-strip them again tonight. It makes logistics a little bit easier, but it also gives them something different to bowl on that's a little bit more difficult than house, and gives them a preview of it as well.
Perfect.
And so they bowl at least 3, sometimes 4 games a week on like a practice league. There's no standings, there's no prize fund. You just come out and practice on different stuff all summer.
Pay $10 or $15, and there you go. Have some fun with some friends, learn a little something.
Yep.
No pressure. Yeah, no pressure of a tournament situation or a league situation.
Right. Do they occasionally, put a little, side bet on a game or something like that with each other? Well, yeah, why not? But yeah, there's no pressure to perform per se. It's about developing your game, which I thought was such a cool idea. Because how many bowlers will tell you, like, man, I'm terrible at bowling 10 pins. Okay, when was the last time you practiced 10 pins?
Right.
And so like they did the low ball scoring the other night, and that's a perfect game in low ball is 20. If you can pick off the 7 and then pick off the 10, and that's probably the. I don't know anybody who's bowled a perfect low ball game.
Years, and this is decades ago. This is when New Berlin Alehouse was Kuglich's New Berlin. They ran a low ball tournament in the early 90s.
Hint,
You had
there's
3
one coming to Country Lanes.
You had
There is.
you had three chances. You know, you paid your tournament entry fee. If I remember correctly, you had 3 chances to get your low ball score out of your entry fee. And I think the lowest they had was like 28.
Wow.
Won it. Because obviously, if you throw in the gutter, you get credited with a strike.
On the first ball.
On the first ball.
Yeah. On the second ball, you get credit with a spare.
Spare.
Yeah, and everything else is the count that you knock down. You know, so the perfect game is pick off the 10, actually I should say get 1 and then get 1 on your second ball, which pick off the corners.
Yeah.
Or throw a 6-pound ball 10 miles an hour slower than you normally throw it, and hope it just wobbles the 1 pin forward or something.
Oh, look at this! Hi,
What do we
Katie. We got a 5-pin, lane 8. Nobody's watching, Katie.
No, nobody from
Nobody's-
the booth is watching at all.
We're on you. We were on you on the first shot. We're on you now. Kevin needs some help with the barbell. At least she's got a good sense of humor about us.
Yeah, you know, bowling alleys need support in the summertime.
That's
so,
true.
You know, shots are things we sell.
Absolutely. She's going to get away cheap here. There's only one other hand up. I'm deeply disappointed by that. I thought we'd have a few more hands up here, but
If this was a
Not
money's
happening.
not on the line setting, I would get on this speaker and be like, hey, everybody, get your attention over
all over it. All over it. Well done.
there. Boo. Boo. Jack Dyson commented, how's Kloss bowling? I don't know.
Come down here and look for yourself.
Text him. I don't know.
I'm not here for I'm not. We have the scoreboards up for you, aren't you? Haven't you been following it since game 1 on this pair feed? I mean, you should know that yourself. These young kids. Hope you're healing up, Jack. I know you probably got junior gold coming up. We were talking about you before. I'm sure that's why your ears were itching.
Better than anything else itching.
That's very true. When I stopped at American Place a couple of weeks ago, I called my wife before I stopped, and she goes, my palms are itching, so it's probably a good thing. It wasn't a huge win, but it was a win. I mean, $100 $100.
That
Off
10
of an
pin
hour
for Craig
gallon.
wobbled more than the Chicago Bears playoff odds.
Wobbled more than Count Fuller in a prison shower. Good night, everybody.
This brief pause in audio commentary brought to you by laughter. Speaking of Chicago Bears, Matt Harang is wearing Chicago Bears colors currently, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to talk to him about that. Perhaps a Coors Light or 3 will fix that. Funny story about that, about buying Matt Harang a Coors Light. We were at South Milwaukee Arcade. I believe it was the Trios, USBC Trios tournament, and he was bowling on the pair next to my wife. I was there in support, and Matt stepped up. I believe it was game 2. Split on his first ball, covered a couple, had an open, and I was like, oh man, I'll go buy him a beer. That'll cheer him up. Bought him a Coors Light. Here you go, Matt. Sheet 279. So there's a joke between myself and Matt that if he's not bowling well, he just needs a Coors Light and he'll be all better. So. And then, of course, the inevitable comment was, why didn't you buy me that before the first frame? I was like, well, you didn't suck at bowling before the first frame, so. That's one thing I do enjoy a lot about the bowling community is all the fun stories that come out of, you know, bowling tournaments and, you know, hanging out at league and, you know, seeing somebody at the grocery store or just, you know, whatever, which I'm sure happens with, you know, softball or pickleball or, you know, pick a sport that you darts, you know, things like that, you know, people get friends groups and have funny stories about things that happen. And like bowling in particular, though, there's a lot of stories of, oh, I remember that one time that, you know, X, Y, Z happened.
Oh,
and,
yeah. The ones you can actually tell in public.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's good
there's-
times.
Oh, yeah. There's, still remember National Bowling Stadium. We were there in 01. Yeah, we were there in 01. A couple of years. No, we were there in 98. It was the second year. And we were out there. We it was open. We went on opening weekend, so of course everything's late. Everything. The bar. They used to have a bar downstairs where they now have the Kingpin Lounge. It was just a bar and a restaurant. They had like 2 different kinds of beer. They had no They had no Coca-Cola or Diet Coke. They had Sprite and sour. So we're trying to like figure out what the heck to have to drink. And then the bartender that was there, she's like, "Hey, let's go. Where are you guys staying?" We're at the Atlantis. Let's go party at the nightclub there. I know the guy that runs the door. We don't have to pay to get in all the other stuff, which we didn't. Went back to where we were staying at the Atlantis. And then bartender started hitting on one of the females in our party, and
And then
when that didn't work, all of a sudden I'm standing at the urinal in the men's room, and also there's a tap on my shoulder, and here's our bartender from the. I'm like, I looked at my wife, or my wife to be when I got back to the nightclub, and I said, "Yeah, I think it's time for us to go to bed. Time for us to get out of here."
and I'm out.
So, all right, well, we got a couple more frames here to go. They're in the 6th frame here on 5 and 6. They're in the 5th frame. We got a front 5 on 1 and 2. So we're a little off on pacing right now, but we're going to let that walk through.
Yeah, lane 2, couple.
Yeah,
couple
are we taking?
mechanical
We
issues.
going to take 2 out of play for the rounds of 18 and 9, or are you going to keep using them? What do you think as proprietor here?
I will take 2 out of play for the round of 9.
Okay, so we'll combine them all together, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Put them on top of each other.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah, because that way, with the round of 18, I don't want to add additional people to a lane.
Yeah,
if I can
slow the
help it,
pacing down.
And it's not to the point where we can't make it through. It's
Right.
just
I mean, the pace is pretty good tonight. We're still going to be done with qualifying just past 9:30. That's not bad with a little bit of a few minutes of a late start with the stragglers they got here, and
53 bowlers.
I know.
I
0 complaints.
I looked at that so far this year. I mean, with $5 for every bowler going to the season-long prize fund, we've already got the guaranteed $1,000 in the prize fund for the
nice.
season-long payouts, which that's awesome.
Yeah.
we've already had 200 plus bowlers through the doors in 4 weeks.
People are watching the YouTube feeds, and they love watching the pair feeds. They love following people from pair to pair, their favorite players. So some of you I know double tab. You keep us on Facebook or something in one tab, and then for the booth audio, and then watch your favorite player on the pair that they're on. And we appreciate you doing that. That's why we got all the wires hanging from the ceiling and everything, so everybody can
I get a fair
get a
amount.
PBA experience.
I get a fair amount of questions about that, honestly, like during the week.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like we have the Kids Bowl Free program here, which anybody who's listening, if you got kids that want to bowl free this summer, one of the most fantastic programs you can sign up for, because as kids are now getting out of school, anybody, and we chose 18 years old and under for our center because my thought was, well, heck, if they can drive themselves here, get them in the bowling center,
Right.
And I've got a fair amount of kids that are 16, 17, 18 years old that come almost every day that's available, and certainly they, once in a blue moon they might buy a soda, and that's okay because they're out, getting out there bowling. But long story short, we get a lot of groups of moms and dads or grandmas and grandpas that are watching their kids out of school, and they bring them in to have something to do. And just this afternoon I had somebody ask, like, "Oh, what's all the wires in the ceiling and the cameras? Like, do you guys record the bowling?" And I told them about our Summer Sweeper series. I'm like, well, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I was like, just follow our Facebook page. And like, we do. And I was like, okay, cool. Jump on there tonight, and you'll see the live feed. And so it's something different for them to look and see. And as kids see more bowling, they become more interested in bowling. So that's the hope.
So who is that? Equit's coming up on lane 1, or he's fixing his bowling ball, or is that Sue Dashner? It's bowler coming up on lane 1's got the front 5.
Yeah.
So maybe it's Dashner.
That's Sue.
Yeah,
Sue.
there we go. One for the ladies.
Recent Hall of Fame inductee to the Southern Lakes USBC. Sue is somebody that I did not know much about prior to this. She's bowled the last couple events and has had a really good time. And
Yeah. Using it to keep sharp.
there she is again. And
Hey, somebody finally carried when we're talking about him. How about that?
the curse has been lifted.
Thanks, Sue.
And something like that. I'm hoping people kind of previewing the shot a little bit. Hey, I found a little success. I know how to play this shot, and hey, my misses made sense or whatever. So like hopefully, word spreads. Hey, I bowled on that Baker's trio pattern. So
yeah, there's so many reasons. I mean, Sue and Lori Exner, they're using it to stay sharp because they're going to the USBC Women's Championships in a few weeks.
Yep.
Players like Nick Wetzel, who was in the booth a couple of weeks ago, he said he's using this to learn how to bowl with his thumb out of the ball as a two-hander and work on his game and be competitive while he's working on it because he thinks it's going to keep him a little more focused. So, yeah, everybody's got the reasons to be here. Everybody wants a little moment in the sun, too, and especially you're in the top 4. That's your 15 minutes of internet fame the next morning. When we, for those of you that don't stay up late enough and watch it live, we throw it on the $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck Productions Facebook page. Kevin copies it over to the Country Lanes page, and there are literally thousands of people watching those finals every week we have them. So
speaking of finals, revisiting last week briefly, that when I was writing the recap of that, I was like, this is one where I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty details of what happened.
Yeah.
Writing that recap on Facebook, because that was, even just rewatching it, was like the most entertaining finals ever, just the way everything played out, and
right.
Ian was probably kicking himself for 48 hours after
Oh, he
that
probably was still kicking himself when he walked in the door this week.
but you know what, like, as far as watching something entertaining, if you want to watch something entertaining, watch the finals.
Yeah.
Especially go back and watch that one from last week, because that we had never, in the history of doing this series, never had a tie in the winning spot in the final game. And we had to break it with a one-ball roll-off where Steve stepped up through an 8, and they're like, oh my gosh, Ian's only got to get 9 to win. Ian crosses over and only has 7, and it was just like, holy cow. Good drama.
And, of course, as we mentioned, Steve Bequest leading the scratch, the senior, and the main points list. So you'll be able to give you an update next week if Mr. Bequest is still there. I know he's got a chance to go off the sheet for 245 this game on 9 and 10 if he strikes out in the 10th. So Steve looking to repeat. It's been a while since we've had a repeat winner.
Repeat offender?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, did we have any repeats last year?
We had multiple winners, but not back-to-back.
Yeah.
Mike Mueller won week 1, week 15, and then won the
belt
TV show.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm trying to remember any multiples or back-to-backs. I cannot think of one, unfortunately, but we've been doing the sweeper series for a while. I mean, I remember the champions. Trenton Holtz was a champion one year. Chris Hill was one year. Dave Levinsky was one year. Sam Rosari, Mike Mueller, and then this year to be determined.
Yeah. Well, we'll stick here with Dashner and company as we have the front half for Sioux, 6 down, 6 to go. And
word of advice, don't try and inhale liquids. That doesn't work too well.
Oh, yeah.
Even
something about your lungs necessary to actually breathe.
Feels like pneumonia.
Right.
Rob Kenny made a funny comment when he came in and registered this morning, or evening, I should say. He walked up to the bowling counter with these kids that he brought with, and he said, he looked down at the pattern, he goes, oh, what's this like this week? He goes, you know what, it doesn't matter. I'm going to throw it 12 miles an hour through the middle and watch it hook off the lane. And I was like, well, you said it, Rob.
Yeah.
I'm just going to borrow that line for the show.
used to bowl with the guy, the late, great Mike Pagel, and we used to tease Mikey later on in his career that if he could actually, there were some shots he was throwing where he'd be in double digits if you count the decimal point on the speed gun on the scoreboards, like 9.7 miles an hour.
Oh, stud almost got the 5 into the 4 into the 7, just the 7 remaining. See what Sue can do here.
How about a sassy 7th in a row, Sue? A little light.
I'll get the trombone out later.
Womp, 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 womp. Still a good run, so once again, one of those faces we should see in the round of 18.
Yeah,
that's getting
an
ready to go.
Interesting part of this is that, we don't have like live standings or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's you're you're seeing the names as the bowlers are seeing the names when we announce like who made that cut and everything. So it's an interesting drama. And you know, everybody who's kind of on that bubble and they know they're on the bubble comes in, they turn their card in and they say, "What's the cut?" And I go, "I don't know. Give me your scores and I'll let you know later." Get a lot of "What's the cut?" Justin Sibilla commenting. He did comment without a flex emoji, so I'm a little bit disappointed. But he said, bowling these sweepers honestly makes you a better bowler all around. Well, that's one of the hopes. At worst, you get more experience.
Right. The variety of patterns is awesome. So, I'm gonna make a request right now.
No red square.
And no. I would like to call the pattern for the first week we're back on July 15th. I would like to call the $2 fill pattern that evening.
What's the $2 fill
I
pattern?
have a friend of mine that will make something. It won't be obscene. It'll be at least a 3-1. It's not going to be anything stupid. But Pearson might punch me in the face if he's got to program the numbers in. But I have an idea. It's not going to be like the U.S. Open patterns where they had all the little blocks and speed bumps and stuff like that. It's not going to be anything like that.
Well, what you got to remember is you're not talking about anything where it oils like 2 to 7 and then it comes back up and does where it's like a little sectioned off.
No, it's not going to be anything like that.
You have to have an Atlas machine to do those.
No, it'll be something that your machine's fully capable of.
Okay.
So it's just going to be, it'll just be interesting. That's all.
Because we've got variable buff, we have variable mic stream, we have drop brush.
Yep.
I do not have like the Atlas capabilities to do those sectioned off portions in the middle of a pattern, or I do not have dual.
I wouldn't do that to anybody like that.
I don't have dual oil tanks.
Yep. No, I would not do anything like that too. This is actually something that we actually did back in the day with a pad machine, with an old AMF Silver Bullet pad machine.
You shouldn't swear on the live broadcast for
AMF?
Pad machine.
Pad machine?
Those are rough.
Get the shims.
Hey, Jack Dyslin, in case you're wondering, Ian Kloss just threw a strike.
He'll save the gutter balls for round of 18.
Wah, 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 wah.
What do we got? Justin's now asking if he can request a pattern. They don't have a flex pattern.
They have flex machines.
They have flex machines, but they don't have a flex pattern.
You can request all you want, Justin.
Right.
Anybody can request. And honestly, that's one thing that has come up before, where people have asked me and said, "Hey, can you put this pattern up?"
Yeah.
That's come up plenty of times.
Yeah.
And a good example, the military tournament in Las Vegas, we put that out last year because Mike Hungelman was going out there, and he's like, "Hey, what about putting this pattern out so I can, throw a few shots on it?"
Little idea.
And so it was like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I could tie an event into that and, do that sort of thing. So if it makes sense in my rotation and, whatever, sure, I'll consider any pattern. It's, especially if, when regionals swing through and there's a, PBA regional coming up on the Ballard pattern or something like that. It's like, yeah, sure, I can, try and fit that in and see what we can do. So, I mean, don't be afraid to suggest something. I am definitely the person who will listen. If I'm doing something wrong or unfair or something that can be changed, I'll listen. Doesn't mean I'll always make a change, but I'll definitely listen. Sue Rabbington.
All right. So people are starting to get the wonders going. So we're going to end the audio portion of the commentary for right now because I want to do a little housekeeping on our security cam up there because I think I got a bad cable. Tested on another cable a while ago. Seemed to work better, so I always want a spectacular looking top 4 finals. We cut that out and on it. I know you're going to help Robin get all the scores together and everything.
Well, Phil, I don't get to say this all the time, but go make it pretty and we'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back. Enjoy 2 more frames of bowling without any commentary. You'll hear Kevin announce who's making a round of 18, and we will have that round of 18 up next year from Country Lanes in Franklin. Week 4 of your American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series rolls on.
Good luck. See you guys Sunday. You bet.
So. You're embarrassing me now.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna go wander outside and get some fresh air.
Well, yes. She does it every time. It's perfect. I don't care.
I think it's 6-7.
what you were talking about, even when you said. Vincent. Give you a nice Jeffrey. Every single class in the boys, something just takes them off. It starts with it makes it so dramatic. Every class. I'm in all this classes. You know what? Why would I say science seems no, but I know you guys usually have this higher.
Starts with you as a snowball onto here, different colors. I don't know. To me, it makes sense. I'll be done. It's all good. I'm gonna open it anyway.
Yeah. I'm saying 6.
I'll take that out of play.
You're at 690. Peter's 650. 660. Mitchell's 650. Yeah, you're 660.
No offense, Graham.
I would guarantee you had to just wait the next ball and throw it.
I'm at 66.
That's only about 30 for me. I'm just going here. Yeah, about 30 for me. It's like 40 on the way out, or on the way here.
25 for me.
Mine's 30 on the head.
That's why so me and Devin said fuck off it all Friday. I got a text today from Zach saying fuck off Thursday now. I was like, oh, they want to. So Devin, they were doing it.
Can't pull one first
You
man.
know he's golfing on Friday. I feel that. I was like, Jesus, he takes off at least one day a week. He just had the director job too. Yeah, I was at deer track.
You might need it. What if you're 1 cent short? Can you give me my change?
I want to talk about.
Alright, let's go.
You gotta like, I was on it. You gotta like, I don't know, either like delete bullshit around or something. You're like,
I just don't even. Oh, yeah,
your handicap below mine.
My should wait.
Yeah, so I don't know, either delete the bullshit around so you just like play scrambles or actually water around. I was like, it's a 14 now.
It's probably higher. I'd probably be higher.
Team golf. You probably like a 3 pound clip. You probably should like 100 something.
If I came with anybody, like out of this group, if we have it'd be basketball. That's what we're fucking playing.
Hat's dirty.
And we're never going to use mine. Well, you know, you might get that one drive that I decided.
What do you want to say?
Hey, I'm really good at hitting them left.
On a Division One.
That's very true. If you didn't hit a home run, if you wanted to go far to the right side, all wide on the straight, you got. Eat a dog leg right. Yeah. We can hit that ball and just watch it. Oh, there we go. Look, there's some trees over there. Find that motherfucker. Suffolk ball's doing a solid pretty well. Friday, June 19th. No, it's a Sunday, brother. That's what day is doing it. I wasn't paying attention.
Smells like red flowers. What is that?
At least that's something to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll put more stuff on
Is that true?
how kids can say, oh,
Give unit? I didn't. How do you do it? I have my kids on.
You do have some. Okay.
I probably would have got it. I should have. Oh, they're not using 1 and 2. That's why. Putting 3 on a pair. I'll make cuts. Oh, 18. I'll make cuts.
Hold it.
was a tough shot. Last week was tough. Tough shot. That's all.
All right, bowlers. First and foremost, results from our Survivor side pot tonight. We're paying out the top 10 because we had 40 bowlers in that side pot. Coming in 10th place, taking home $15 going into the smart account. 181 last game, Gordon Croman. 9th place, $20 winner with a 184, Amber Gerke. 8th place finisher, 195, taking home $25, D'Artagnan Sellers. 7th place, 204 in the last game, $30 winner for Leo Voss. 6th place finisher, 215, $35 winner, Matt Zierer. 5th place finish at 216, taking home $40, or excuse me, not taking home, going into the smart account, $40, Ian Kloss. 4th place finisher, 224 in the last game, $45 winner, Gina Hurst. 3rd place, 239 in the last game. Smart account is getting $55 for Kellen Baldowitz. 2nd place tonight, 242 in the last game. $65 winner, Mike Kingstad. And your side pot winner, 243, $70 going home with Dick Wilms. Congratulations. All right, bowlers. Are cut into the top 18 tonight. The number that is making it through is 662. 662 is the number coming through. Mark Rios, you are that cut number. All right, boys, and as I read your names from number 1 on down to number 18, please come up here to the counter and choose a card for which lane you'd like to bowl on here for this first elimination round. Your number 1 qualifier coming out of the first 3 games, 763 was the total. Congratulations, Mike Kingstad. Number 2 qualifier at 752, Ian Kloss. Number 3 bowler, 747 for Emma Johnson. Number 4, we had a tie at 721, and that tie goes to D'Artagnan Sellers.
Yes, sir.
Number 5 qualifier, also 721, it's part of that tie, Lori Exner. Number 6 qualifier, 719, Kellen Baldowitz. Number 7 bowler, 718, Dick Wilms. Number 8 qualifier, 699 for Braden Champion. Number 9 bowler, 695 for Brian Bremer. Rounding out the top 10, 688, Dan Starring. Or excuse me, 688 was Jason Walton. I looked at the wrong number there. Braden Champion, we need you to come up to the bowling counter, please, to choose a card. Braden Champion. Okay, so Jason Walton was number 10. Number 11 bowler, 686, Dan Starring. Number 12 bowler at 677, Gordon Croman. 13th qualifier, 670, Leo Voss. Number 14 bowler, 669 for Sam Medina Conchi. Number 15 qualifier, 665 for Mike Donnelly. Number 16 at 664 was Ben Medina. Number 17 bowler, 663, John Simonson. And once again, your number 18 bowler, the cut number tonight at 662 for Mark Rios.
Helen, what number are you? I mean, what lane? 7. Oh. Oh, what are you? Oh, okay. Next door. Anybody sitting? No? 11. Oh my God. You are. Thank you. You get to sit together. Hi, Belle.
All right, top 18 bowlers, congratulations for making it through here into the top 18 tonight. Another point in the Summer Sweeper Series. Once you have all 3 bowlers that are at your lane and present and everybody is ready to go, you can go ahead and push the blue check marks and then next and then play on both of the scoring stanchions. And that's going to get your 3 minutes.
All right, practice will be underway momentarily.
Congratulations once again, good luck and great bowling.
From Country Lanes Week 4 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series, Kevin Meier will be joining me back in the booth again. He was talking earlier about the Baker's Dozen Tournament. That's starting this Friday and running on every Friday except for around the 4th of July. Here at Country Lanes, check it out, Country Lanes bowlingwi.com for all the tournament information. About 2.5 minutes of practice remaining for our players, and we'll be underway with player introductions and the round of 18. About a minute of practice to go for most of our pairs, and we will be underway. All right, last practice ball is being thrown.
So this is going to be the last call on our kitchen tonight. Last call for any food orders from the kitchen.
And we will be underway here for the round of 18, week 4, American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. And if you're looking for a great place to treat yourself for an exceptional steak or seafood dinner, North Shore Steaks and Seafood at American Place Casino. Go out, have a little fun. Open Wednesday through Sunday from 5 to 10 p.m. And you can get yourself some great specials there as well. If you're a wine fan, they did receive the Wine Spectator Award of Excellence in 2025. Check out everything you need to know about American Place Casino at AmericanPlace.com. Hey, Kevin.
What's shaking?
Cut was a little higher than we both expected. 662 was the number?
662, yeah. 14 sticks over what I thought at 648.
As Robin gets us our lineup here, let's introduce you to our players here on lanes 1 through 4. All 12 pairs in play this round. We'll only have 3 pairs in play the next round because there's only going to be 9 bowlers out on the lanes.
Yeah, and like we discussed, we're switching it up a little bit in the round of 9. Just moving 1 and 2 over to 7 and 8 effectively.
Yeah. So your bowlers are 1 and 2 this round. Your number 13 seed Leo Voss, your number 15 seed Mike Donnelly, and your number 18 seed Mark Rios will be on 1 and 2. On 3 and 4, it's going to be Lori Exner, who we saw in the finals last week, along with Brian Bremer and Jason Walton. We will not have a repeat champion this week, as Steve Bequest did not make the top 18. I think he was a little surprised about how high the cut was as well.
I didn't see where he stood, but thankfully, due to the magic of the internet, I can pull it up on my phone.
There you go. Get over to 5 through 8 on 5 and 6. Your leading qualifier, Mike Kingstad, along with Ian Kloss and Emma Johnson, all choosing to be on 5 and 6. On 7 and 8, D'Artagnan Seller is important for D'Artagnan because he's on a double points night, the only player in our top 18 on double points. He is bowling with Kellen Baldowitz and Dick Wilms. Dick had a good finish on 7 and 8. Oh, no, Dick was on 5 and 6 the last game, so Dick is our number 7 seed.
I am a child. I'm causing laughter in the booth.
No, I just do it when you do. I'm glad you're picking it up because there's probably people at home wondering what's so funny, but it's nice you can slip the little double entendres in there here.
You know, it is what it is.
Right, it is what it is.
That was another one, wasn't it?
It is what it is, or slip it in there.
There you go.
Take your pick. Over on 9 and 10, your players on our final pairs. 9, Dan Starring, your 11 seed. Gordon Croman, your 12 seed. And Braden Champion, your 8 seed on 9 and 10. On 11 and 12, Sam Medina Conchi, Mike Donnelly, your 14 and 15 seeds, respectively, bowling with John Simonson, your number 17 seed.
Sam Medina Conchi making his first cut of the Summer Sweeper Series, a new bowler this season who's showed up, I believe, every week so far. So
yeah, his name sounds familiar week after week.
Yeah, good to see some fresh faces. Jason Walton, another one that I did not recognize, which is fantastic. Always getting new faces in. Mark Rios, first appearance last week, first cut this week. Interesting thing from that cut. Cut number was 662. It was very bunched up around that number.
Yeah, I heard 664, 663, 662 for 16th, 17th, and 18th positions.
Right, and so the top 18 go, 30th place was 646.
Okay, yeah.
So we had 12 people that missed the cut by 16 pins.
Yeah.
So I mean that is
carrying a strike in between 2 other ones. There you go.
Yeah, that is quite a battle for the cut line there. A little statistic that will probably make the recap.
So here we go. Our bowlers are just underway on 1 and 2.
This is where we got to focus on the bowling action, not the shenanigans, right?
Yes and no. It goes so fast at this point. Like earlier in the night, obviously with 9 on a pair, we have our time to detour off topics and get back on topics and that kind of thing. Yeah, this right now, it's let's follow who's throwing it well and bounce around between the pairs. Of course, everybody can always choose whatever pair they want to watch on the lane feeds.
Ben getting a nice little light swisher there, getting the head pin to take the 7 out. That was a nice little splash. That was the aforementioned Jason Walton there on lane 4 getting the strike. And Bremer covering up his 6-pin mess. Lori Exner looking to make a return trip this week. She came up and said the same thing she said last week. I'm paying you for my 3 games of practice. I said, what if you get 6? She goes, then I get 6, but I'm paying you for 3 games of practice. Well, Lori, you got 4 tonight so
4
far.
for sure. Sitting on 20 in the first. Definitely this pair, even though it was less oil in the pattern, it seems to have held up pretty well compared to last week, which obviously different equipment in play for a lot of players here in a 42-foot pattern. But we're not seeing a lot of the right-handers as far right as we saw them last week. We saw Lori have some problems in the step-ladder match because she had too much hold inside and way too much hook outside.
Yep.
So.
Which is where you get trapped on a shorter, flatter pattern like that. Yeah, you either have to like pick up your speed on the outside or create a little different angle through the middle, and that makes it a little bit tough. But yeah, on 42 feet, you still got plenty of bounce off the back end of the pattern, and this overall volume is still 26.9 units with 7 to 1 on the right-hand side. So it's there's hook out there.
Ian Claus can't get the 10 to go again. 4 balls in the pocket, 1 strike to show for it to this point in a round of 18. Hey, it helps to let people know what game we're into. Hey, let's do that. Come on, graphics department, get your ass on the ball here. My goodness. There we go. Now everybody knows we're in the round 18. So, Steve Bequest, have a good night. We'll see you next week. Drive safe. There you go.
Ian covering that 10-pin again, looking to make that return trip. Dick Wilms making a case. He really liked that shot.
Good start for Emma Johnson. She's catching 50 pins a handicap, and she starts with the front 3 before she opens. And can't trip the 4 out, but if she stays clean from here, she can get herself her first round of 9. She made the round of 18 last week and just struggled in that round.
Seen a lot of filled frames right now. Not a lot of opens flinging around much of anywhere. So bowlers are making a pretty good effort here to move themselves up into the money and into the discounted entries.
Yeah, this could be 230 to make the cut this round. Wouldn't surprise me, especially when you've got. I mean, you look at Kellen and Dick and D'Artagnan here on 7 and 8, and D'Artagnan's low on the board. He's catching 24 pins a handicap, 26 pins a handicap, pardon me. Dick's catching 33, Kellen's catching a bunch, and I mean, Kellen's already at 204 in the 6th. He had a 4-bagger there.
Yeah, you just missed the head pin right twice.
Yeah, Kellen's pretty much punched his ticket in just by getting 9 on the next 3 frames. He'll be at 237. One would think that would make it.
Every shot Dick is throwing, I swear he's bowling at the Peterson.
Yeah.
Trying to peek underneath or something.
Let's get back up to 9 and 10. Braden having some problems on 9 and 10. He's 5 spares before his first strike.
Dan starting with a nice little slap on the 10 pin to get it down.
See what Donnelly can do here. He's 0 for 5 in the strike department here this game.
Braden is doing one thing right now that, although I am a much more experienced bowler, I can say I cannot do. And that's bowl with a hoodie on.
I can't do long sleeves.
I can't do
never
long sleeves
could.
while bowling either, unless I mean I have done it and it didn't bother me as much as I thought, but I don't think I can bowl with a hoodie on.
I can't do that. I can't bowl with a hat. I have to turn it around. I can't bowl with the visor coming down in front of me.
I used to bowl with a hat on all the time. Then I learned how to follow through, and that ended that. I used to get that longer bone in your thumb that comes off your wrist. I used to get a nice bruise right in the middle of that bone because you'd follow through and smack the brim of the hat.
Smack the brim.
But, I knew I was following through. Mark's trying to stay in that oil in the middle of the lane and let the ball come off back the pattern. Look, the 2 times we've seen him here, it looks like he missed a little inside.
Exner gets a stuffed 7-pin for that result. I think they were waiting on a rack there on 2. I don't know. Well,
yeah.
There he is.
Yep,
you got it, Mark.
We're having issues on, and you can't see it right now, but Eric Pearson is sitting on the machine in the back trying to facilitate our round of 18 until we no longer need lane number 2. It's one of those behind-the-scenes tricks. There's a man behind the curtain.
Is he truly a wizard? He's
I-
from Waukesha. There's only one wizard of Waukesha.
Who would that be?
Les Paul, the guitarist.
Ah, yes.
The
Okay.
late, great Les Paul.
Yes. I would give Eric a wizard title in his own regard. But I tell you what, Dick's going to be hard to beat.
Well, Dick really pulled that one.
Yeah.
A little too much.
Just a little straggler. That's okay. He'll clean it up and go at it again.
Yeah, you can't yank it that hard there, Dick. You're not going to get everything you need. I mean, filling frames isn't a bad thing.
Currently relaying the respot that they need on lane 2 for Pearson and Beck, the beauty of text messaging.
So Dick Willems shooting to the top of the leaderboard right now. Trying to put some distance between himself and his competitors.
I would, I think, yeah, his shirt is kind of a blue color, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Assisting him to rocket up the standings today. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. See what D'Artagnan can do here. Spirit here, one would think, would have him pretty close to in. Because even marking in the 10th frame, he'll be in the. He'd be at 229 with his handicap.
Right, yeah, he'd be 93, so he's 223 off the sheet with 26. Yeah, he's 240s if he doubles, so.
Yeah. Kellen's in 255 with the handicap. Once again, the scores you see on the Lane Talk scoring do not include the handicap. Hold on. John, weren't they gas lamps back when you were a kid? Weren't they gas lamps for the streetlights when you were a kid? You had to light them up with a newspaper? Sorry, John.
John Stud, Halaska, informing us that the streetlights have come on, so he decided he'll stick around. Yeah, we got Kellen, Dick Will. Yeah, everybody on 7-8 here should be making their way through into the top 9 tonight.
Doesn't matter where Dick's throwing wood down the lane. He's got them all to fall that time right through the nose. And all 10 went away.
Just a solid effort to slide it into the pocket.
Dick slinging wood tonight.
Not a care in the world.
Doesn't care who's watching. Doesn't care who knows about it.
Doesn't even care what oil he's using. Just sling her on down there. 10 back, baby. What he just needs to avoid, though, is if a pin goes into the gutter.
Last thing you need is deadwood when you're on a roll. Of course, he's experienced. He's probably had a few deadwood clears in his career.
I would say at least a couple.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm taking a peek at the Facebook comments to see if we're getting anybody reacting to the the commentary. But hey, you know what? We got some eyeballs watching. I hope they're entertained with our shenanigans.
Yeah, a little bit.
Still keeping up with the bowling action, though, so we're having a good time.
So yeah, that looking like needing 230 or so.
Yeah, Braden Champion just doubled in the 10th there, and he could be sitting in a very good spot as well.
Yeah, let's get back over to 9 through 12, and then we'll get back down to 1 through 4, as 1 through 4 a little slower on the pacing.
Good ball there from Dan, where he kind of stayed in the middle of the lane a little bit more, got something that wasn't too check marky off the back end, and kind of swished it out the rack there. So, I mean, if you're in the swish zone, that's a good zone.
All right, Dick Willems, 291 with the handicap. Low on that pair was D'Artagnan with 249.
Dick almost testing our new rule for the year that max score in any game is 300.
Yep. Killing out 255 with his handicap. Braden 247 with the handicap.
Nice double there from Dan. Dan's looking to punch his ticket here too. He'd be 246 plus 15. He'd be at 261 for Dan coming through.
I don't think.
looking at? It was on.
Our leading qualifier, Kingstead's not going to make it. He's going to be short. He can go 2-0 with his handicap. So it's the first time in a while that our 1 seed's gone out in the round of 18.
We got a little love note from the peanut gallery. However, I'll save that one for the round of 9 to answer.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. Got some interested spectators wanting us to answer some questions. So.
Yeah, 11 and 12. Looks like we're gonna. Donnelly can. Donnelly can strike out for 228 with his handicap. Yeah, he's gonna need to punch. And even then, there's still 4 bowlers ahead of him right now. Well, Dan finished with 261 starring, so that's 5. I mean, 247's 5th right now. And Emma Johnson with a great finish. She's going to get to 239, so that's the 6th right now for Emma.
And that's making me want to go back to the sheet here. So, like, the top 9 from qualifying was 695 when it's the top 9, so that's a 230, just 231, 232 pace. So we'll see if that like bears out here where you got to be in the 230s to get through.
Yeah, huge toss for Donnelly here, and he goes high, so he's going to be not enough. He'll be in the 2 teens. Let's get back down to 1 through 4. Ian Kloss can get 239.
Emma Johnson at 239.
Let's check in on Ian Kloss here. Stepping up lane 6. Gets them all to go.
Mark Rios with a 3-bagger right now. And he's catching, it's hard to see how many sticks. Oh, we got the sheet right in front of us.
Yep.
Oh, a second love note from the peanut gallery.
Rios catching 23.
That was just completing an emoji from John Zancanero.
Back to Kloss, then we'll go back to Rios. Kloss a little light on that last shot. So 238. That's 7th currently. So the only pair left with chances to catch are 1 through 4 here.
Got some friends rolling in, which I believe was Mrs. Schobert.
And doesn't look like anybody. Oh yeah, Lori can easily get there. She's at she's starting out for 220, 246 plus her pins. She's catching 22. So Exner should be in with a solid 10th frame.
Yeah, and Mark with that cover there puts him to a max of 17 scratch, and he's catching 23, puts him at 240. So Mark still in the hunt here as well.
Yeah, right now if let's see, yeah, Donnelly 212 is the number that's the big sweat right now. Exner, yeah, Exner, even if Exner's ahead of Donnelly, even with an open in the 10th. Because, yeah, 50, 80, teen, yeah. Yeah, Lori with
Messenger does not connect.
Lori with the 9 outs in the 230s. So.
Ben Medina, he can be 216 scratch, and he is
12 handicap. So it's 228. That might be, he might need that, depending on what Rios does too. I mean,
correct,
it's down to.
It's coming down to Lori is basically in. So
yeah.
If Mark strikes here, he puts himself in a great spot.
Oh.
Light 10 pin. That ball just didn't have the angle it needed to go through the pins.
Yeah, definitely not enough for Brian.
Yeah, Brian, a bunch of dashes up there, including 9 miss, which he'll look back on and regret.
And I don't think that's anywhere yet. Not even close enough for Jason as well.
Yeah, Jason's 185, catching 14, so yeah, he's not in the conversation.
Rios gets it covered.
So he's looking at 206 scratch with 23, 229.
Exner counter in on that shot.
Ooh,
So
wobbled 9.
So Rios needs to get past the 212 of Donnelly.
Donnelly, yep.
Because Medina ended up at 210, whatever.
216 plus sticks is 228.
228. So
Mark.
can Rios get past?
High flush, got him to go down. So he's 206 plus his 23, 229
9.
for Mark.
He's going to get past Medina by a pin. Unofficially, Rios gets by Medina by a pin for the number 9 spot at 229. Yeah. Unofficially, in no particular order, Klaas, Johnson, D'Artagnan, Exner,
Medina's
Bolowitz, Wilms, Champion, Starring, and Rios.
Medina went 3-bagger, 9 miss in the 4th. That one,
That's going to cost him.
that's
yeah.
going to cost him.
All right, scores to calculate. We gave you the unofficial top 9. Kevin's going to go help out, making sure it's official. He'll announce our pairings. If you're watching the pair feed on 1 and 2, that's going to end right now because we're not using that in a round of 9. So you're going to be watching bowlers on 5 through 10. We're going to go straight across 5 through 10 on the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series round of 9. That's coming up next.
They can sleep in tomorrow. Yeah. Not like us. No. It's always those Catholic guys.
All right, bowlers, results from our round of 18 tonight. The cut number making it through into the top 9, into the money, and all the top 9 winning discounted entries into our Baker's Dozen tournament. That number making it through is 229. 229 was that number. Mark Rios once again the cut, making it through. Young bowlers, as I read your names from number 1 down to number 9, come on up here to the bowling counter. Choose a card and let Robin know which lane you would like to be on for this round of 9. We're taking 1 and 2 out of play because of the issues mechanically with lane 2, so we're going to be on lanes 5 through 10 for this round. Number 1 qualifier 291 after handicap. Congratulations, Dick Wilms. Number 2 qualifier 277 Lori Exner. Number 3 qualifier 261 Dan Starring. Number 4 qualifier at 255 Kellen Baldowitz. Number 5 qualifier tonight 249 and using his double points smartly D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 6 qualifier 247 for Braden Champion. Number 7 qualifier 239 Emma Johnson. Number 8 qualifier 238 for Ian Kloss. And once again, your number 9 qualifier, the cut, making it through into the cash tonight, 229. He's a Seahawks fan. I'm going to hold it against him. Mark Rios, congratulations. I got to have fun where I can, Mark.
With it, like in the same exact spot.
All right, top 9 bowlers, congratulations once again for making it through into the top 9. Another point in the Summer Sweeper Series. Another 2 points for D'Artagnan for making it through with that double. Once you've got all 3 competitors that are assigned to your pair of lanes present and everybody is ready to go, you can go ahead and push the blue check marks and then next and then play. And it's going to be your 3 minutes of practice on this round of 9. Congratulations once again. Good luck and great bowling.
All right, 3 minutes of practice upcoming for our players. We'll give you the full rundown as we're going to go straight across 5 through 10. A couple players I see already back on pairs they selected in the round of 18. But as we already know, past performance does not indicate future outcomes. Just because you had a 260 game on that pair game 1, all it takes is a little transition and such, and next thing you know, your 260 turns into a 160. And you're going home, or at least watching the finals from the sidelines instead of being on our championship pair, lanes 3 and 4. As we mentioned, a couple players back on pairs that they wanted to be on. Dick Wilms, lane 8, just threw a big game in the 260s scratch on that pair.
Yeah, no reason to move. You get the you throw a big game, you qualify 1, you get the advantage.
Yep.
That was a suggestion from the crowd, over the years of doing this, and you got to give, since pins don't carry.
Right. Kellen Baldowitz also back on that pair. Lori Exner had to move over from 3 and 4 over to 7 and 8, but Lori, your number 2 seed after that round. Great finish she had as well, so she's got to be feeling pretty confident on her chances to make her second top 4 finals in a row. On 9 and 10, Dan Starring, Braden Champion, and Mark Rios. Rios, once again, the man on the number. He's looking to make it 3 rounds in a row, man. He'd be happy with man on the number 3 rounds in a row. And then over on 5 and 6, Emma Johnson, she was on that pair. Ian Kloss moves over from 3 and 4 to 5. Ian Kloss was on 5 and 6, pardon me. So Ian Kloss back on that pair. He had a big flourish to close. And then rounding out D'Artagnan Sellers, had to move over from 7 and 8 to 5 and 6. But good news for D'Artagnan, double points night, and he's doing pretty well so far.
Yeah,
with his double points.
Chose a good night to make it through, that's for sure. I'm going to knock these out real quick. I got a couple fun commentary from the crowd. A couple questions they wanted me to answer. One was
it's
from
just-
Johnny Z, just to complete an emoji. I'll give Johnny Z the heart love here in just a moment. But one of them says, "What league are you most excited to bowl in next year?" Love Dennis. I bowl in 3 leagues. The one I'm most excited for, Dennis wants me to say Wednesdays at Root River because we're going to bowl together. But I love bowling Monday nights because it's dead scratch here.
Yeah.
So
And it's full with a waiting list. You're not going to get in on Monday nights.
right. John Zancanero also asks, "What's your favorite ball to put your fingers into?" That would be my Phase 2. That ball has given me a lot of scores over the years. If I had to be an animal, what would I be? I don't know. That's a great question.
Humans are already animals. Therefore, I am an animal. Therefore, that question is moot.
There it is. Done. A human. What is my best bowling memory?
Scariest animal in the world? Human. Some people say tigers, lions, zebras. No.
Phase 2.
No. Humans are the scariest animals in the world. And we are underway. We'll get our scoreboards, thanks to our friends at Lane Talk, updated here for everyone. Remember, those scoreboards do not have the scores with handicap. We will add those in for you as we go along looking for our top 4.
I'm going to use recency bias to answer this last question. What's your favorite bowling memory? Winning Scotch doubles with my wife.
Favorite bowling memory? Boy, you got to pick one? That's a little vicious.
Holy stone 8 for Ian. That was a good ball. And it just
Throw
did
it
not,
better.
Just did not clear the 8 out.
Throw it better. That's all it is.
That I don't know if that ball deflected or it was just a little bit of weak entry or what that was.
Yeah, it wasn't the true stone 8, but it was close. Speaking of stone pins, there's a 9 pin. Let's get over to 9 and 10. Let's watch our Bubble Boy of the day.
I was just going to say Mark Rios, the cut twice in a row. Bubble Boy being the apt name there. Good movie. No Swisher 7 for Mark.
The Boy in the Bubble, the old John Travolta movie?
No, Bubble Boy. It's called Bubble Boy.
I don't remember that one. I remember the boy in the plastic bubble. That was a Travolta movie because he started dating his co-star who was 22 years older than him before she died of cancer the next year.
Oh, okay.
I remember that. So the boy in the plastic bubble. That was 1970 whatever.
Oh, okay. I got a heart reaction from the wife for the bowling memory. So love you, dear. Brownie points still count.
Yeah, I wasn't there for my wife's best bowling effort. She won the National 600 Club tournament at AMF West Dallas back in 2001. Subbed with the team. She was on the sub list because they had nationals here that year. Got on a team from California. They bowled the National 600 Club tournament. She shot 780. Her first ever 700. Shot 783. Scratch. Yeah. And then went back because that was her first 700. So then they made her bowl the 700 tournament the next day at the same place. Well, got to try it again. Didn't do as well, obviously, but we still have the little clock and the plaque that she was awarded for. And I was working that day. I did not see it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
See if Braden can clean up his 9 pin he left here. I think, did that cross over for him? I think it did.
Yeah.
That first one.
My best bowling memory is shooting 15-10 at the Pearson with a house ball after my thumb slug came out of my Brunswick Phantom. That was a good paycheck with a house ball. And I went back the next year and still shot like 14-70 the next year with a house ball. I grabbed another ball off the rack at AMF Hoffman Estates. Said screw it. It worked. All I did was take my shoes down there and I took my shoes and my accessory bag, my little accessory tote bag, so I could put some tape in it or whatever. Yeah, conventional drill bowling ball.
Problem is you threw it with the wrong hand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at the Pearson. So.
Count's trying to bet me money again, but I'll just take it from him in cribbage at some point. Ian figured out how to get the 8 pin out of there. He'd have a 4-bagger if it weren't for that 8 pin, but he's once again put himself in a good spot.
Emma, she gets a start again, but then she gets an early open, and then she's got to try to dig her way back out of it. Yeah, she gets a few pins of handicap, but she catches 39. Or 49, pardon me. She catches 49.
I think Emma was top 9 last week, wasn't she?
I know she was around 18 for sure. I don't know if she made the 9, but I know she was in around 18. Let's check in on Rios, left side of your screen. At least he coordinated his hat with his bowling jersey. more than I can say for most players. They don't look for it. He actually coordinated his bowling ball too, his spare ball. Look at that, all red, and red.
And yet he's still a Seattle Seahawks fan.
Yeah.
Or as I like to refer to them, the Rainy City Bitch Pigeons. Because that's what
great.
they are.
That is great. That's as good as the Rocket City Trash Pandas for the minor league baseball team in Huntsville, Alabama. The Rocket City Trash Pandas. I love all the different nicknames that are out there now for the minor league baseball teams that they play under 2-3 times a year.
Leanne said for bowling memory, how about throwing your first 300? I remember like it was yesterday. That was at Root River. My first 300. I couldn't believe it finally happened because I was always a
Was it before you
dominant.
Before you owned this place?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
long time. Okay.
That was very early in Leanne and I dating, and she was there for that one. And
oh, so you guys weren't even married yet? Okay.
No, we were not married yet at that point, and that was the day that I was just like, oh my gosh, it finally happened, you know. And so, and then when I see somebody throw their first 300, especially if it's here, I absolutely love that because I know what that feeling was.
Right.
Like. I have had 300s and 800s here though, so.
I've never had an 800 sanctioned. I've had 800s that weren't sanctioned. Back-to-back years of bowling with the champs when they weren't sanctioned in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, I left my sound effects at the desk. I got to grab. I would have given you a trombone there.
That's okay.
Oh my goodness. This is turning into the Kevin and Leanne broadcast. I got slipped another note. Is it true you did not shoot 300 or 800 until you were with Leanne? I did in a 9-pin tournament.
No, I didn't shoot 300 or 800 until I was. Yeah, Carrie and I were married.
Yeah, it's true.
So
I had my first 300 when Leanne and I were dating, and I had my first 800 series the year after I had my hip surgery in 2016. First 800 was in 2017, so we were married and kids by that point.
Well,
and my first 800.
Dick's flinging it right now.
Original phase.
Oh, look at him. Dick comes up out of the squat.
The Peterson squat?
That's what it looked like.
For those that don't know, you bowl the Peterson, you have to squat down and look and see because they put that wall really low.
Yeah.
Taney can double here. He cannot. He's searching for that double this game.
Rios. 7-pin laughs at him.
Just waving like a pigeon.
Kellen, week 8.
Lori's putting herself in a position for back-to-back finals here.
Yeah.
She's spare double to go here, so.
That's the one thing that anybody can make finals here back-to-back weeks. It's impressive because it's not on the same pattern when it happens. But last week a little tougher pattern.
That shot that Lori just threw reminded me of where she was playing last week in the finals. Getting a little more shape off the back of the pattern there because there's not as much flat soup in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, see what this old Dick can do here on this shot. The shenanigans continue.
Dick slapping wood. Down they all go. Dick's fired up.
Might not have been pretty, but it got the job done.
Dick's high-fiving on the way back. Sellers gets it out that time.
Messenger that connects on the 10.
Exner looking for the Rob Stone pork product. Yes, indeed.
I love that. That's great.
I can't afford to pay royalties to Rob Stone. That fucker fly. Oh, geez, sorry. That guy flies private. I'm sure he flies private. If he doesn't, he probably flies first class. That's the first F-bomb I've dropped on air here in 2 seasons. You're a bad influence, Mr. Meier.
I'm not. I'm a shenanigan influencer.
That's true. I am usually pretty good at not dropping curses on air. But that one definitely. I miss Rob Stone calling bowling. He was good. There's not too many guys where I went like I can't stand this guy on play-by-play. I'm a fan of Rick Allen. He's taken the time to learn the sport, kind of like how Rob Stone did first coming out when Rob was with ESPN back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Dave Lamont has always called great stuff. Dave Ryan as well. I mean, for CBS Sports Network for Dave Ryan. So lucky enough to have met all 3 of those gentlemen, and they're good human beings off camera as well.
Lori's slapping him around harder than Dick.
Well, Lori's not one to,
And D'Artagnan just found
Take
his
anything.
first double.
take anything, from any gentleman in competition.
And as we're looking here, as Dan starting here with a 5-bagger after that initial open here, so he's putting himself right back into the conversation.
Yeah, this is going to be get the abacus out because it is going to be. It may take 250 to be in the top 4 of this game with handicap. Honestly, at the rate this is going.
You just spoke over the heads of our young viewing audience. I don't think they know what an abacus is.
Yeah. Ask your parents.
Scotty Schultz says, Phil, one too many drinks.
Slide rule. I don't have any in the booth.
Did you see the flavor that we got on for
Yeah, blueberry pie.
the blueberry pie
Yeah.
is finally on.
Yeah,
I gave that a taste
yeah,
today.
yeah.
Very, very good.
I have one in the booth. I don't drink while we're early on in the competition. I'll have one in the booth during the round of 9 that I stretch into the round of 4. But
also known as the finals.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't want to say Final Four because then the NCAA will probably find a way to sue us. So that's why I always say top 4 finals.
That is probably a smart move. That's like when it comes time for that one football game they play in February.
Right.
You can't use that name either
Right.
because they'll come get you for that.
You can use the big game all you want.
Yep.
And starring,
Dick's having
open
a big
frame.
game. Oh, Ian with the open last time. If he goes 226 here with his pins, 239 was around the cut last time. Cannot slap the 10 out.
Dick's been around so long, he remembers when he could use rubber to take all 10 down.
Teaming up with his buddy Johnny Petraglia on their LT48.
Oh, and the first time Dick leaves a gaping wound at the end of the lane.
Split Dick just doesn't have a good ring to it. Ian Kloss just missed that 10 pin right and left.
That might be the end of the night for Ian.
Gonna need a
Another one who made
re-rack
finals
there at 7.
last week. Made the wrong end of history last week, losing in the first ever roll-off.
Yeah, the finals roll off. That was pretty crazy. And we had 3 one-ball roll-offs last week. Nobody wanted to win. Emma with the hashtag found it in the 10th ball.
Can Dick get just enough to get some slide over into the 10 pin? Not quite. And Dick looking at maxing out 252 as handicap. In 218, I don't think that's going to be enough. Emma can still get there in the 230s if she can get another strike. We'll check in on Rios and company momentarily. Big gaping wound now for Exner.
Yeah, she looks like she's going to have her first open
Oh,
for this game.
don't count Emma out of this one yet.
Hashtag found it in the 10th.
She did that last game to sneak in.
Yeah, Mark with an open last frame really needs to get his strike here. He's got 23 sticks on 215, so he's 238 max.
Off.
Oh, and then
Full
he 4
penalty.
nines. Hashtag booth curse.
So Exner open.
Uh-oh.
Kellen open, so Kellen's going to be under. He's at 2-0.
Emma's a 242 with sticks.
D'Artagnan 232 with sticks. You said 242 for Emma with sticks?
Yep, 242 with Emma. D'Artagnan 232. Dick is 222 plus whatever he gets.
Whoa, didn't even hit the head pin. That's a big yank there by Dick. Rios. Hopefully Dick can find his footwork again after that big yank.
Hanging all the way to the left on that one after the release.
That's yeah.
The possibilities are endless tonight
I
in
mean,
the booth. I mean,
He
it's
that could have caused some chafing on his thumb, as much of a grip as he had on it. Wow, and Exner. My goodness, everybody's just kind of saying, "You take the win." No, you take the lead.
Dick missed the head twice.
Oh.
Where's that going to? That's 9 is what Dick. That puts him at
I
231.
think he gets him ahead of
it was.
D'Artagnan. I'm not sure if they gets him ahead of D'Artagnan or not.
No, I think he was 231. I think he was 222 going in. I think that puts him 1 stick behind D'Artagnan. Yeah, 231 for Dick.
Exner first.
Laurie with
Great
a very
cover.
nice cover there.
So Exner's in. So we'll just stick with 9 and 10 here.
Repeat final appearances for Laurie.
Ooh, that 8
Marks.
teased him. That 8-pin teased Mark, but it's going to be too little too late. Starring's got the other chance here. Just show Exner's fill shot. She's in the 240s with her handicap to make it 246. So she's looking to be possibly your top seed. So right now, Dick Williams, 231. He's the bowler on the bubble.
Yeah, and he's
Starring's got to get a. Starring's catching 15.
15 with a max 241.
So he needs the 80.
He needs the first
He needs
one.
a mark. I think he just needs a mark for a good count.
Well, if you went
220. Yeah, if he gets 9 spare, strike, he's at 220. Scratch, and he'd have 235 handicap.
got it. Yeah, so he needs fill and mark.
Yep. So not enough for Rios. That those back-to-back opens, 8th and 9th, bit him hard. So yeah, it's all up to here it is. It's up to Starring. Mark with good count. Of course, working on that double, a strike makes the rest of it moot. Let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, Dan strikes here, barring utter disaster, would get him through, I believe. That
What do you
ball
think?
That is 10 flush back. I think we're going to see Dan Starring make his first finals this year.
Dan Starring slapping Dick Wilms out of the top 4.
What does Cartman say? With authority.
With authority. Yes, indeed.
So we got unofficially Dick, Emma, Lori, and Dan.
D'Artagnan,
Or,
Lori,
sorry, excuse me, D'Artagnan.
Emma, and Dan.
Yeah.
So our first 50-50 on the
Got a couple ladies
men,
in the
women,
finals.
yeah. First 50-50 we've had in a while on that. So, Kevin, we've got a top 4 to do. You got a bucket you got to grab. I know you got some pictures you got to take.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back with that top 4 momentarily. There is our championship pair. Lanes 3 and 4 waiting for everybody to get down there. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. If you're heading for bed, don't forget we will edit out this top 4 final, throw it on the 10 The Deck Productions Facebook page tomorrow morning, bright and early for you.
Well, timing for a good one. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate you. See you in the finals. Yes, sir. Nick, you missed a cut. You missed in the Hey, sugar tits. I was betting on you, Dick. You missed in the tent. You fucked up. How you doing tonight? Oh, you fucking you.
Like, that's not how I see it. I'm like, I must have watched the video 50 times. Going, I cannot believe.
Oh, you still pulled one. You still over. Well, what I should have done.
Oh, I'm just dropping the ball.
I should have taken it. I was hanging and I kept putting powder on and
Not paying attention.
all right. I wish I had used speed.
The first 27 games, I was 40%. You go 3 games and you lose 7. I mean, I pulled better down in Russia than average in the quarter. I tried to not my high average. But that's not my high average. I'm like, whatever, if you guys are gonna take my word for it, raise my average, I guess I'll use the handicap. Although the last 3 games,
All right, Bowlers, results from our round of 9 tonight. Don't forget, in addition to these winnings, there are also discounted entries for these bowlers for our Baker's Trios tournament. For the youth bowlers who cashed, I will add some additional funds into your smart account in lieu of the entry into the tournament because the tournament is not youth eligible, unfortunately. So, that being said, 9th place tonight, $60 plus funds going into the smart account for a 203 in the last game. Kevin Baldowitz. 8th place, $70 winner tonight, 214 in the last game. Congratulations, Mark Rios. 7th place finisher tonight with 218 in that last game. $80 plus some money going into the smart account for Ian Kloss. 6th place finisher at 221, another youth bowler. $90 going into the smart account plus a couple extra bucks for that entry for Braden Champion. And your 5th place finisher tonight, 231 in the last game. $100 winner tonight. Congratulations, Dick Wills. All right, so that means our cut number going into the top 4 tonight. 232 was that number going through. D'Artagnan, you were the cut. D'Artagnan also using his double points tonight, trying to get that to maximum effect and get a victory out of it. All right, bowlers, as I read your names from number 1 down to number 4, come on up here and choose a card and let Robin know which lane you'd like to start on our championship here tonight. At the top qualifying spot, we had a tie at 256. That tiebreaker goes to Dan Starring. Number 2 qualifier, 256 as well. Back-to-back finals appearances for Lori Exner. Number 3 qualifier this week, first appearance in the finals in the Summer Sweeper Series, 242 for Emma Johnson. And once again, your number 4 qualifier, 232, D'Artagnan Sellers.
Good job.
All right, top 4 bowlers. If I can get you guys out in front of the ball return on lane 3 and 4 out on the approach so we can take a picture for our Facebook recap. We will get the finals going here in just a moment.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is.
I was wondering why the 2 idiots are over there.
All right, there's your final 4. They're going to get 3 minutes of practice on lanes 3 and 4, and then we'll be underway. Kevin Meier joining me back in the booth as our finals will be starting momentarily.
All right, bowlers, we've got got the strike pins in the racks. Don't forget, in the finals here, if you have a strike pin for the head pin and you're able to convert a strike on that shot, that is a strike jackpot shot when you win free play at American Place Casino. If you have a single pin lead, that is the strike pin, and you convert that spare, that is a spare for go, also a winner of free play at American Place Casino. You guys are bowling for the Country Lanes Summer Sweeper belt. We got the championship bucket from our friends at Bolts Motors. Top prize tonight, $210 is what you guys are playing for. If you guys are ready to rock and roll, you can go ahead and push those blue check marks, and then next, and then play. And that's going to get the lanes going for your 3 minutes practice. Also, don't forget the winner tonight gets a free entry for an entire Trios team into the Baker Trios tournament if you choose this Friday to bowl. If you choose any other Friday to bowl, it is half off. So congratulations to you guys for those entries. Good luck and great bowling.
All right, practice should be starting momentarily. Our order's set. Dan Starring, our top seed. Larry Exner, second. Emma Johnson, third. D'Artagnan Sellers was our number 4 seed. D'Artagnan working on double points. Once again, I want to thank Jim Talaska behind the bar. Maddie Wisniewski, we missed you this week. I know you've been watching from home. Thanks, Maddie, for all you do here as well. Keeping our bowlers well lubricated for those that choose to take the lubrication. I mean, when there's a dick on the lanes, having lubrication is always a good thing. Unfortunately, dick number 5, Dick Williams, misses by a stick. And
just a stick for Dick would have got him in.
So let's get things going here after practice. Once again, this pair not used in the round of 9. So Lori Exner was on this pair, though, in the round of 18 and put up a game scratching the 240s.
That she did.
So I would put her as the favorite right now. Starring had a little struggle on the low end of the house. His successes have been up on the high end. Emma Johnson, the key for Emma is not having those open frames in the middle of the game. That's what she's round of 18, round of 9. She had to bounce back with doubles in the 10th frame just to get through the cut. Could that help her in the clutch if she needs to double the win tonight later on? We'll find out. And, of course, D'Artagnan Sellers, he could tie Steve Bequest for the overall lead in the main series because 5 points for the win. Double points night tonight, we give him 10, and that's what Steve Bequest was sitting at. So,
unless D'Artagnan has made some cuts before and he had like maybe 1 or 2 points already in the standings, but
maybe a point. Yeah, I could look, but maybe one cut he's made. I don't think he's made. Yeah, I don't think he's made more than one cut. At least it's stuck in my head.
Through the magic of modern technology and cloud sharing, we can look that up.
About 45 seconds of practice remaining for our players.
Main event points for D'Artagnan. He is currently sitting at 3 points. So
okay, so he's definitely going to be near the lead, if not in the lead solo.
Right,
even
and
with a 4th place finish.
Yeah, let me just double check where he finished on the tournament tonight. Okay, so he was not the high handicap qualifier, and he doesn't appear to be the high scratch qualifier. So, so yeah, he would be looking at a victory would get him 10 points tonight. As it stands right now, he's already got 6. So that puts him at least into
second
top
place.
5 conversation, depending on who else, you know.
So as long as he doesn't finish last, he'll be at least tied with Bequest, if not advancing. Because do you get more points for finishing second or third?
No, you get a point
win.
for making it into the top 4, and then you get 2 points for winning.
Gotcha.
So as of right now, everybody's locked in that point for the top 4. So he's sitting. What did I say? He had 3 points. He's getting at least 6 tonight. Would put him at 9. An additional 4 points for the victory, since he's got double points, would put him into the lead.
And here we go. Top 4 finals. There you see the profile of D'Artagnan Sellers. 2 hands to the line. Scramble him up, take him down.
Mixy.
Here you see Exner's second week in a row. She was talking about how she watched herself in that side camera last
really?
week a little bit after she was done, just to see where her ball set up, make sure everything was in the proper place.
Wow,
And we'll see if she watches after this week again as well.
I was going to say, based on that first shot, looking good.
So Lori Exner catching 32. Emma Johnson here catching 51. D'Artagnan Sellers catching 26, and Dan Starring catching 15.
Yeah, I was going to need a couple of them sticks after that first frame there with the 4, 7, 10 standing.
Take a look at what Starring does here. First frame, all 10 back. See, Emma just goes for the 2. No, she's going to get none. And that's not the way you want to start things off here in the top 4 finals.
Got to shake it off and just move to the next frame. If I've learned anything from doing these before, you cannot let that frame affect you. Just like any bowling tournament, but especially in this short 1 game, see who wins format.
There you see the Wisconsinably Wednesdays banner next to lane 1.
Our friends at Drink Wisconsinably printed
Yeah,
that up
we
for
got-
us, and when it arrived, I was like, yowzers, that's a big one.
I wonder if they'd let us drink Wisconsinably down at American Place Casino.
I don't think they would mind if we drank Wisconsinably down there. They would
Especially
encourage
at the canoe bar in the middle of the casino. They have some great drink specials during weekdays for their happy hour. Double for Exner to start.
Lori's got this pair figured out. See if she can keep staying right on that mark there.
And Johnson back at it, but can't get the 7 to go.
Well, she's got to throw the same spare shot at this like she would have with the last shot, so hopefully she can right the ship there and pick the 7 pin off. Practice her low ball scoring techniques.
Yeah. Take a look over the shoulder here for Starring.
That ball needs help. Didn't quite climb the ladder.
And 2 and 8. That's going to be a tough one.
There you
on
go,
this
Emma.
broken down pattern.
I'll bounce back after that last frame. The peanut gallery asked, what are we doing with the remodel? Suffice it to say, it's going to look different in here. Our short answer was we're remodeling it, but we're filling in the step down, step up. We're having all new vinyl plank flooring, new carpeting, new furniture, moving the scoring stanchions, whole lots going on. All the gutter capping and supports under the gutters. Lots happening.
Front 3 for Exner. She wasted no time making sure she got up there before D'Artagnan did. Just going, hey, guess what?
Putting the pressure on.
That's right. You just saw what I did. Now you got a match.
And they're comparable in sticks. D'Artagnan's 26, Lori is 32. So we'll see what we get here.
There you go.
Pressure applied.
Gave that a little extra. I don't think it was anything else but that.
If Dan didn't learn from his last shot and he goes light again, we could see ourselves with a spare for dough shot here with a 2-pin standing with the stripes on it.
Any spare for dough, any jackpot shot converted successfully. $50 in free play from our friends at American Place Casino. And once again, check out all their latest specials at AmericanPlace.com. Congratulations to them again for breaking ground earlier today on the permanent, as they're calling it. I've seen some of the drawings on their website, and boy, it is going to be an opulent casino once they're done. And wow, I thought it was going to be 0 there for half a second.
Yeah, that wide off the hand, and Dan knew it right away.
Johnson needs a little help to break it, gets it, but she is falling behind rapidly here in our top 4 finals.
She had a high hit, a swisher hit that didn't clear the 7, and then high once again there. So I don't know if that's the lanes are playing differently for her, or if there are just maybe some misses here with the first finals, like a little bit of nerves. But
I think it's a little bit of nerves because her footwork and her balance at the line haven't been 100%. You just kind of watch the shoulders tighten up a little bit on her. Her swing's usually a little more fluid on those first balls than we've seen out of the first 2 out of the first 3 shots.
found some
answers
hold in
back.
the middle. That looked like it was left off his hand.
There you see the profile of Lori Exner. Gets that shoulder nice and relaxed. You saw a little twitch there. Into the swing it goes. Looks pretty good. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me?
High flush 7.
Smash 7. You just got to keep the composure,
Well,
get
if
the
Emma
spare.
goes high here again. Nope, she went light. That's the bucket.
Yeah. And now you're trying to play catch up the whole time after you get a couple players that got out with the front couple, and yeah, that's
better than playing barbecue sauce.
right.
Lori with the conversion there keeps her right pin ahead of D'Artagnan scratch. However, she's catching 6 sticks, so she's currently +7.
Yeah, Emma's just there's no comfort factor right now. But this is where you learn to deal with the pressure. It's a cheap way to do it. You're not paying $300 for a PWBA regional or something like that to take take your chances. $30 on a Wednesday night.
And you know, it's amazing. Oh my goodness, the hits on this.
Throw it
lane.
better. We had this chat at the end of last game.
I think that one qualifies here.
Yeah. So.
Whew, that was not a bad shot,
yeah,
Dan.
that was. I think vicious is the proper term for that particular 8-pin.
Before Dan absolutely stoned that 8-pin, I was going to say, you know, it's amazing how even in, you know, this environment, there is a lot of pressure built up into this because, you know, everybody's watching. People are watching online. You know, just you want to win. There's money on the line. There's entries in there's a lot on the line here. And Lori shakes it all off.
Gets them all to go.
Gets them all back. That's 5 dead in the pocket for her. So she's in a very good place right now to continue repeating those shots.
See if D'Artagnan just stays off the back of this one a little bit. Last time gave it a little extra. Oh, that's left. Oh, it held.
And that's there's oil in the middle of this pattern. That's why the ratio isn't like a difficult ratio. You know, there's some spots where you can miss a little and still be okay. You know, can't miss egregiously and get away with everything on this. But
I'll say he made an adjustment on that shot, but it was definitely left of his prior shot on that lane, even though the prior shot went high.
Emma's still going high on that right lane, and she's throwing an Equinox, which is clean, not mega check marky, kind of built for higher ratio stuff, and just not finding it with that Equinox right now. If I were her, I'd find something with some surface, blend it out, and get your angles a little closed.
That's why bowling's a fun sport. You throw it terrible like Dan did there, you get all 10 down, and then before that you throw it great and
pack the pocket and
an
stare
8-pin.
at a single pin.
Yeah.
You know, it's the sport we chose, but also why bowling may never be an Olympic sport.
Well, that's the reason, one of the reasons. That and, you know, not bribing deep pockets of the Olympic Committee.
No.
Not that money's, you know, a necessity or anything like that.
Money doesn't make people do stuff like that. Come on.
All right. Let's see if Sellers can keep the pressure on here as he's stepping up first.
Yeah, halfway home, it's kind of a 2-horse race right
Frame
now.
6.
Barring developments.
Whoa, oh, and that pin started coming back. That was a 9-pin coming back for D'Artagnan, and it got blocked by maybe the 2-pin hitting the 4.
See if Lori keeps the pedal down here after she sees D'Artagnan go high in 4-pin. That was her first not-flush shot.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, she puts out the safe sign for good reason.
That was the first one where she mostly missed the pocket, but it worked out for her with the swisher carry.
Yeah, just backed off on the bottom just a little bit with the speed, and whether intentional or not.
Now, here's an interesting thing we'll watch for when D'Artagnan comes up next time. When these situations tend to happen, for me anyway, and I've seen other people do it as well, when you're pressing, you tend to grab it a little bit more at the bottom of the swing because you're like, oh, man, I really need to strike here. So we'll see if D'Artagnan either gets a little more rotation on it or misses inside.
Good toss there by Emma. Best toss so far here in this top 4. But, yeah, it's turning into a 2-horse race with Exner and Sellers. Oh,
man, Dan
gave it a ride.
Shot. All right, Emma's cleaning up that 4-pin here, and you know, barring her finding it, Dan putting 3 or 4 together, we're looking at a 2-horse race right now.
One thing to keep in mind, Emma, when you walk out the door tonight, you beat 49 other bowlers out here. Don't hang your head off of a little bit of a rough time in this top 4 final.
No, of course not, especially when I think 4th place is $125 tonight. That's a pretty good ROI. Oh, look at there. Yanked it.
Yep.
It's when you're pressing and you really got to get a strike, that tends to happen a little bit.
See, and that just seemed a little farther right than the last shot, whether something burned out in the pattern or what it may have been. And Exner gets 9. Good thing she got the 8 out there. And far from an easy spare in this situation, even though Sellers switches to polyester. And only gets 1. And
I was going to say this, for some reason, was reminding me of Patrick Dombrowski at the U.S. Open this year, where he leaves a late 310 and covers it, which in turn
got him in the roll-off.
Got him in the the U.S. Open. It gave he 8 counted, and then
oh, that's right.
Simon steps
Simon
up
needed 2, and they left the 710 on the second one.
on the third one.
Or third, yeah.
Yeah, and then he turned into a meme with that face he made.
Yeah. No comment.
Speaking of making faces, Emma's not going to like her spare shot here. Well, Dan might have found something a little bit in the middle there. That ball, nice little swisher mixer winner. Emma has
Whoa! How about that?
She's been throwing a lot of left side spares here. Just could not get comfortable and dial in that shot on this pair.
So Sellers down by, well, let's say 24 scratch and then add 6 more iron. So Sellers down by 30. I wouldn't say it's mandatory strike mode, but it's really, really close for D'Artagnan.
It's deep breath time, that's for sure.
There you go.
Let me step up and throw a good shot.
See if Exner can respond. Hashtag best Exner. Sorry, Gary, if you're watching at home.
Whoops.
She's, at least for the last 2 weeks, I've watched Lori bowl, so hashtag best Exner.
Well, Gary can always come out and battle her for the title of best Exner. Well, a little crack in the armor there for Lori. See what happens here as her and D'Artagnan battle down the stretch.
There we go.
What did we say last round?
Is it a ball change
found
too
it in the 10th?
for Emma or no?
I did not see. Look and see what comes out. She was throwing the Equinox. Nope, that's still Equinox.
Still Equinox, okay.
Just found a different line for it. Maybe it was a good miss, or maybe it was everything changed there. That's one thing with this format too. You only got 10 frames, so if you need to make a change, you got to make it fast.
Right.
You can't wait till frame 8 to decide, hey, I'm going to make a move. You're way behind the ball at that point.
So they'll let Starring finish his 8th frame before Sellers and Exner will step up in the 9th.
Hashtag found it. So let's say best case scenario for Dan here. He'd be 212 scratch off the sheet plus 15 is 227. Barring, I mean, he's got to go sheet and really hope for some.
Lori's already 2-0 going open and 32 pins handicap. So, oh my.
And then she sent the 5 to Night land.
Can you draw that up on a telestrator again?
Hey, we could have a chance here. If D'Artagnan goes
interesting.
Light miss, we got a stripe on a 10-pin.
I don't want to say the ball went between the 5 and the 6 in that strike for Lori, but it sure looked like the ball went between the 5 and the 6. Great toss by Sellers.
D'Artagnan says, to heck with the free play from our friends at American Place. I want 10 in the pit.
That's right.
Well, that sets up an entertaining 10th frame.
There you go. Starring takes them all 7 last to go.
I'll have to remember Dan's 9th frame shot for my screenshots I take. He had a nice wool boy face there.
Yeah. There you go, Emma.
Everybody seems to have found a little something here at the end. Emma looked like she got a little more inside, let the ball float a little more, create a little more angle.
Emma's already signed up for next week. Emma's already signing up for next week.
Okay, got it.
She's not wasting any time.
Put her on the
list. She's got it now. She's number 1 on that list for next week.
Hey, I should preview next week, actually. I could do that a little bit.
Yeah.
See how this finishes up here first.
Must-have here for Sellers.
Oof, great shot on a must-have.
So 34 and 26 to be 260, which means Lori's target score is 229.
Which if she doesn't double
she needs
here,
a strike here, yep.
Yeah, she needs to double here. Uh-oh.
Fell off.
A little off. Ruh-roh, doors open. D'Artagnan's got a double. They have a chance.
So 226 and 32 for Lori is 258. So Sellers still has to have this one.
That looks good.
There you go.
My goodness. D'Artagnan stepped up under 2 pressure shots, and those were no doubters. So D'Artagnan's looking, 234 scratch with his sticks would be 260, just as it was. And Lori now.
So D'Artagnan needs 9.
Lori's, 26 and 32. She's 58 if she strikes. So, 9 puts the belt onto D'Artagnan for the week. Let's see what he does here. You got it right.
9's enough.
9 is enough. That ball really came off the friction hard. If he would have 4-9 there, we would have been looking at a possible second week in a row tie. And then Lori wraps the 10. So D'Artagnan's going to win by 2 pins.
So Emma just looking to finish, but hey, she didn't give up. She got that late double. She's going to be 4th this week, but you know what? Something to build on for next week.
Yeah, making the finals, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of everything going on here, and it goes fast. When you bowl in this, the finals go so fast, and it's hard to sometimes to just stop, take a breath, and slow yourself down.
Right.
And, think about what you did, where you need to go, all that stuff. She'll learn.
So here he is, our champion, D'Artagnan Sellers.
On a double points night for D'Artagnan.
So gets himself
maximal effect.
Gets himself 10 points,
10
5
points
for
in
the win,
standings.
doubled for 10, and he's going to be your new leader in the main points list. Of course, everybody's shooting to be on that top 5. You want to be in that number 1 spot going into the TV finals because you're guaranteed at least $500, and he's going to have a chance at $1,000. So
And you never know what's going to happen. You just got to get out and bowl the events.
yeah. Well, Kev, thanks for sitting in the booth again. We'll see you back here shortly once we get the presentation of our bowler, and we'll have D'Artagnan Sellers in the booth momentarily.
Maybe next week I'll have Pearson just go throw the freaking straight pin into 1.
Couple times, yeah. Hey, Kevin, might not be a bad idea a couple times.
Or this pattern with like an extra.
All right, bowlers, results from our finals tonight. Coming in 4th place tonight in her first finals in the American Place Summer Super Series. 214 in the last game, $125 for the effort. Congratulations, Emma Johnson. 3rd place bowler tonight, 227 in the finals, $150 for the effort. Congratulations, Dan Starring. 2nd place tonight in back-to-back finals appearances. A very nice 257 effort in the finals. $175 winner. Congratulations, Lori Exner. And Lori said she was paying for 3 games of practice this week, and she got 6 again. What do you know? 1st place winner tonight, 259 with a very clutch double in the 10th to give himself a shot at it. $210, the belt, the bucket, and the entry into the Baker's Dozen Trio Tournament. Congratulations, D'Artagnan Sellers. And D'Artagnan also double points tonight. Max maximize his evening on that. You got 10 points in the Summer Sweeper Series standings there, taking. You're going to be in first place going into next week after 4 weeks. Next week's events, we're going to have Matt Gasson here in the booth. We're going to be bowling on the WYBT Paris pattern. And I've got some Summerfest tickets to give away too. So stay tuned for that event coming out for you next week. Thanks again, everybody, for bowling with us here. We'll see you next week.
Shout out to WIBT.
D'Artagnan, I need you up here, my good man. I gotta get it. Then we'll take pictures of the belt. So get that comfortable on your head. Kevin had that. So
I'm not gonna chase
you
it.
can see where you're at on camera right there. So if we're not on again, you'll hear me talking into your headset. Clear, and then that's
Okay. There you go.
we'll go live. Bye, Robin. We'll go live here in 3, 2, 1. All right, and now joining us in the booth with his first victory here in the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series, D'Artagnan Sellers. And D'Artagnan, what did you do to make the adjustments all the way through this pattern that really nobody had ever seen before that Kevin has out here for the Baker's Double event coming up on Friday nights all summer long?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, going into the elimination rounds, it was more so just playing the pocket. I mean, finding a place where I can consistently hit the pocket and make my spares. I mean, that was the biggest thing. Trying to go for the cleanest game that I can, and then where I can, try to put in some clutch strikes.
So you knew getting into the 10th frame, it was down to you and Laurie. You kind of knew what you needed to get past her once she had that first ball in the 10th. What did you do for the mental part of the game to make sure everything was good in that 10th frame?
Honestly, just took a deep breath. Imagine just one shot at a time. Just one good ball. Just that good mindset of clear head, one shot, just me in the lanes kind of deal.
All right. Well, hey, it worked out great for you. You put up strikes when you needed to late. You had that late flurry, 8th, 9th, first 2 in the 10th, and it got you the championship $210 and some bonus stuff from Kevin.
Got some fun bonus stuff. You are the claimant of the sweeper belt for the week, so we'll take some pictures with it, and you can brag to all your friends that you won a belt while bowling.
Some WWE.
You got yourself the Holtz Molder Championship bucket that's got, Phil, was it over $200
over
products in there?
$200 in car care products, thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors. Yes, indeed. So
I like to tell people you get to clean up your act.
Yeah, anything you need, interior, exterior, your car. You want to be nice to your parents. For the holidays, you can clean up their car for them or whatever. But yeah, it's great. We have a lot of people that take them home and have a nice clean interior and exterior, porter it out, and make the car shine for you. So
the one thing you did win as well too for our Baker's Dozen Trio tournament. If you're able to bowl this Friday, you get a fully paid team entry into the tournament, so a $90 value. If you get a couple people together, message me, let me know if you guys got a team together. If you choose any other available shift for the entire summer, it's half off.
Awesome.
So you got opportunity to get in that tournament. Obviously, the pattern worked well for you tonight. Hopefully it could work well for you later in the tournament, and you can pick up some more cash.
Saw the pattern. I was like, double points time.
Fantastic. You played it perfectly because not only that, it's early in the season still, but you're leading that points list now. You got 10 points tonight, 13 overall. That leaps you past Steve Bequest. And the best thing is that if you're in that top 5 of the points list, is to have at least 7 events bowled at the end of the season, you can make that special edition of the Bruce City Bowling Show where we do the top 5 step ladder for the Summer Sweeper Series. And there's $1,000 on top in that step ladder final, so a good way to make some extra cash. So I can assume we'll see you back here next week.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Kevin, you mentioned a little preview of next week. Do we know the pattern?
Yeah. Next week, guest in the booth is going to be Matt Gasson from Top Notch Bowling Pro Shop. Sorry, Matt.
You just lost your discount for
I
did.
I know. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So Matt Gasson's going to be here. He has a pattern he really wants to be here, talk about. He's got experience with. It's a WYBT Paris pattern.
Okay.
And so we're going to be bowling on that. And I've also got some Summerfest tickets to give away next week. So
awesome.
Well, hey, good luck to you in the Baker's Dozen tournament. Take that entry, roll it into some more cash. Good luck to you next week. Maybe you'll go back to back.
Hey,
just
man,
never
that's
know.
the goal.
He's D'Artagnan. He's Kevin. I'm $2 Phil. We'll see you back here next week. Parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And it's another Wednesday night here in the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series wrapping up. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We'll see you next Wednesday from Country Lanes.
Awesome.